I could do Mongolian beef. Yeah, I still haven't fixed my rice cooker. Yeah, no, I don't think I'm gonna thaw beef tonight. I'll just do some dumplings. You know, frozen, easy dumplings. But okay, so we're live for YouTube. Let me just recap what my today command is for YouTube and our plans for today. So we left off on implementing a migration so we can associate platforms with a keyword, multiple platforms with keyword. That's yet another step in the right direction to allow multiple platforms to be listened to. So far, this has all been back-end stuff. So once we've done enough of the work for the back end, we can start in on the front end. So yes, the multiple platforms thing, I didn't quite plan for it from the start, but I think it's fine. Hold on. Phone BS. Okay, yeah, we're good. So yeah, this error that we're getting right here, it means I did something wrong. So we're using execute here, which looks fine, but that doesn't look like the right way to add an array value. Aha. So yeah, it failed us there. So let's try this part. Ah, but we needed that. Okay. Oh, but we left it float. It is string. Cool. Okay. So let's double check that. Right? We look in here, we go look at keywords. We do have platform on keyword event. Okay. So yeah, I just want to make sure of that. So what I want to do, we want to put, shit. So hold on, let me roll that back. So another thing I want to do in here Right, so we want an index on platforms. And for some reason, it's wrapping it that way. That's a little odd to me. Because, yeah, most of our other migrations don't require that. Like, why is the auto formatter? Oh, it's not. Yeah. It's not add, it's create. There we go. So, yeah, we want to put an index on the platforms that we have. So, yeah, let's rerun this. Yep, index is created. So I want to look at this. Right, so we want to list it by platform. I'm curious why I'm even doing this mapping. Like, we could have just done all of it. Yeah, that part's weird. But this looks right. So then, here in this client, so match and notify. So I think match and notify here is going to need to know the platform, because I think we're going to have to pass platform into... Well, no, we're putting it on the message before we get in here. So that part's fine. Yeah, so it's really just the place where we're getting keywords here. And then over here in processor, it's basically the same thing. All right, so that way we're not querying all of them. We're not looping through all of them. It's up to the user to decide which things they want to do. And yeah, our notifications and like how we're doing our emailing, that is not yet platform aware. So we're going to have to deal with that part. Let me pour some water. So then batching. Oh, and this is where we're hard coding blue sky. So yeah, our templates are going to need to change because they're only aware of, even though it's, taking in an argument for the platform, that should actually be an array of platforms. But maybe we should also, we should be grouping our data differently. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. And who else out there? How's your Saturday going? Anything fun? So I actually want to do this in a stronger way. We're currently implementing lobsters listening, which we did instead of Hacker News. And it's actually in progress. What are the sub issues that we want to do for this? So, issue one is well, we can always reorder these. Update email templates to support multiple platforms. All right. So then the next one is update create keyword form, or just update keyword form, because we're gonna have to handle update and create. And I don't see a problem with like adding or removing platforms. That would be a fine edit. Adding or removing ignored users should also be a fine edit. Like, it's just going forward. We do want to warn the user maybe that modifying these things doesn't affect past things, or eventually we could affect past things. Like, give the user the option, like, would you like to delete events from this user if you add one? You wouldn't be able to add events for a user that you're removing, though. So yeah, there's a lot of like training that we have to do within our UI to like teach the user how these things work, which I think is fine. All right, so that's another task. Update keyword form. Um, update keyword card on keywords page to handle or to show selected platforms. This one here is update keyword form to allow selecting platforms. Just so it's a little more explicit. And actually, I should start labeling these as front end. We could even use labels for them. Yeah, I think label is a good option there. So we're going to add a label. It's going to be front end. I don't know. What color do we make front end? Teal? Sure. All right. Back end, purple? Sure. All right. So yeah, what are our other tasks? We've got the index on the platforms field. The part that we're continuing. All right, we do this part. Let me double check and go to match and notify. It's going to be on the message. So yeah, platform and then content. And we're normalizing all these things, so that should be fine. Yeah, all right. Yeah, we made more progress yesterday than I thought. Okay. So at this point, we're definitely not done on the back end, but we need to start thinking about how the front end is going to consume this stuff. And that's going to come down to our endpoints and how we're passing data to the JSON and how we're also taking data in. So let's start thinking about that. Now, hold on. Let me double check this, actually. We've got matcher. This is match and notify. We've got match and snippet. Yeah, so we can actually delete this utility. There we go. So then back to the controllers. And that was the last song on the album. Let's get another one going. So it's really just keyword controller for now, at least. Right, platforms we expect to be passed into there. So here, this is not something that people can do on their own. So realistically, we can just do platforms. All right, showing a keyword, we just do that part elsewhere, but we need platforms on there. So that'll get passed through. Updating platforms, which we're not using yet. Deleting a keyword's pretty straightforward. All right, and then this is where, yes, creating a keyword, the params for that. It looks good so far. All right, updating, very similar. Oh, and this already shows it. Yeah, we are not actually able to update the ignored users. but we should. Oh, and wait, we do see it. Yeah, ignored users there. We just didn't put it on here. All right, so then keyword response here. Yep, that's where we add this. This is VS Code. Yep. Okay, cool. So that updates at least this part. All right, so then keyword JSON. Yes, this. Hey, what's up, Brainless? How you doing? Oh. All right, so we passed that. I'm doing well. Yeah, we're making good progress. We're doing a bunch of back end stuff right now. We're hopefully going to get to front end stuff today. I could definitely hop into a whiskey here soon. Maybe less than yesterday. Maybe. Robotic Head's not available for gaming tonight. So I'll just be gaming on my lonesome. And we'll have to think about what game we play. I do kind of need to finish up the Indiana Jones game. I'm at like the very last part. That way I can just free up the space on my drive. Got to a decent point with my my monk yesterday. There's something weird about the monk. He's so tanky. Like he's so massively tanky. Like I'm soloing bosses that I could not solo with my archer. It's weird. Okay, so real quick, Expert, the official LSP seems really nice. You got it to work, but it fails on most of your projects because someone had the great idea to rename dev.exs to local.exs. And that borks the LSP? I almost feel like there should be some way to customize that. Yeah. Yeah, like you may even have to like fork it. You could also do brain full, like with just one L, like eventful. You typically only I think you only use one L. Yeah. All right. So, yeah. Ignored users, platforms. All right. So our JSON there is good. Makes sense. All right. So we need platform for each event. So that fetcher makes sense. Hmm. What would be a good way to conditionally do this part? Yeah, so brainless. This is a question for you. So basically, if we don't pass a platform value, or we pass a platform value of all, right? This is for like paginating these things. How can I conditionally add something to this where clause? Yep, it's trying to do JavaScript for me there. Well, let me try this. Um, Oh, they hates it. Oh, they hates it so much. Okay, so hold on. Just create a separate function. It's fine. Like, we can just duplicate the function. It is a bit of, like, extra logic, but it's not that bad of an issue. But we can add a to-do for it. I like that idea. Right? So then there we go. It is a lot of duplicated logic just for what is essentially one line of code. So yes, a better way would be nice, but I don't mind making a to-do for it. Yeah, I don't mind a to-do. And yeah, I could refactor to the piped version. I don't think that's a problem. Yeah, that feels right. All right, so then back to the controllers. All right, and then rendering keyword events. Let's double check that. Okay, so then, yeah, back to here. We want to make sure all of this stuff looks right. I really don't know when I would create. Like, yeah, when would I create a keyword event? I can't imagine doing that. Like, from the front end. Yeah, this is a good beanie. And it's a bit bright. Yeah, it's a bit bright in here. All right, so now we just update our schemas here. Okay. Cool. So wait, hold on. Where were the params? I missed one. Create keyword event params. No, we don't allow that from the front end. So yeah, it's just on the responses. So yeah, I think we're good there. Okay. Um, well, let's make sure it works. Oh, and we fail because util snippet match are not available because that is the wrong place now. All right, there we go. Okay, so the back end is up and running. So now for the front end. All right, so yeah, let's load it up. What team are we on? We are on Harker. Wait a minute. Okay, so wait, Harker, we've got an issue. All right, key platforms not found in. All right, so we missed something on the keyword controller. Oh, I didn't edit here. There we go. Maybe not. Hold on. Let me fix the Lobsters client. Yeah, this should be... we want to fetch posts every 30 minutes. I think comments every 5 makes sense, but we could probably even go lower. So we see it here at action 2, but we don't see... We don't see which endpoint is causing that. I mean, we could double check. Hold on, we go inspect. network, refresh. So orgs, keywords. So yeah. It's something here on the keyword controller. All right. So we do see that it's just blue sky in there. No, that's fine, Brainless. Yeah, we can switch to piping in a bit. But yeah, it's not the thing that we need to do right now. Am I doing a mapping? I am doing a mapping. Ah, that was it. Nope. That was it. Ooh, that's not all of it, though. Oh, God. Oh, there we go. Damn! I don't think we need all of these foosball notifications. What up, Standard? Okay. What is it? Like, all my life, people have misspelled and missaid my name as Chris Griffin. How is it that people in other countries or from other languages are spelling Chris Griffin's name wrong? Like, what? How does that happen? There's no way that was an autocomplete. There are very, very, very few griffings compared to griffins. Like, how does someone make this mistake? You think they'll watch my stream? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely got to be some kind of like cultural difference, but it's just weird. Where do you think they're based out of? Yeah, I don't know. But I find that interesting. Oh, I actually hate this song. Okay, so yeah, we can close that. We don't need it. And what's up, Mr. Lamkos? How you doing? And okay, my acoustic tiles remind you of Star Trek. Okay. Yep, sounds about right. Because I got them in like the same like pattern, and it's bright enough back there, right, with the light coming in through the window that you can actually tell it's not just like pure black. Makes sense to me. All right, so I think we're ready to start trying out the front end part of things. Before we even do the form, this UI needs to show us something. Do we want to try and find some inspiration? Like, I don't know, let's ask V0, because why not? Ugh. How was I not already signed in? All right. And 1 second. Mr. Lamkos. Yeah, don't worry too much. Yep, it saw the Claude AI thing as a link, but now you can do links. Don't abuse that. Claude good at UI? I don't know. V0, I've had some pretty good experience with. There's a couple others that do stuff like Bolt, and I don't know, there's a few more. And we can always just try and prompt something else with it too. Oh, just as I go to grab the prompt, they hide it from me. Honestly, you don't need to practice like proper grammar. You don't need to practice proper spelling even. I think that's something I see a lot of people waste time on. I get pretty good results from prompting, but I don't do that much like full on vibe coding. Yeah, right? Like you had to learn how to properly Google, it's the same thing. And like even with Googling, you don't need to type a full sentence. Seems like this got stuck. All right. Now that's pretty damn big. And I didn't even need to do the condensed or the could you part. Just condense the cards more. Boom. Right? I don't know. I still type like I type. But yeah, let me grab this and let's just see what Claude does too. Why not? Right? V0 probably includes like the prompting for components, etc. But yeah, let's see what Claude does. Do we want to try another? Do we want to try Bolt? I don't mind. Ready? Never even heard of Ready. Yeah, I've been meaning to. I have it turned off in a lot of other places, but I don't know. I keep forgetting. Right, this is going to try and create like a whole website. I'm thinking. Yeah, it's the thing you set inside of Chrome, specifically. They all kind of get to about the same place, which I find really interesting. This is ready right here. Yep. Right? Like, look at how much like bullshit we got to do, and this didn't condense it like at all. So yeah, I'm gonna say Claude kind of sucks at UI. Like, this is the ugliest design that we've seen so far, and it didn't do the graph at all. This is kind of nice. Oh, that's kind of nice. Okay. So yeah, Bolt was able to do the graph better. So yeah, V0 is blowing it here. I bet if we just made it dark mode, it'd work fine. They said they fixed this shit, didn't they? This is remarkably bad. What? All right. Yeah, it's crazy because V0 was like at the forefront. Ready definitely messes up the scale of the graph. I'd say Bolt did the best so far with, still some weird spacing issues. I think we could iterate on this. It's kind of close to what we got already, too, right? We just don't have anything major in these yet, but as we add notifications, we can. Right? But we're putting it like next to the title, which I don't think we need to do. You're saying Claude would be better if we did Tailwind? I mean, no, this just even if we added Tailwind, it's just its design aesthetic looks really like old school. It didn't do the graph at all. Yeah, I don't know about that, Mr. Lamkos. And yeah, this might be where like I messed up on my prompting and I should have given it some like inspiration or something, right? I could see that. I probably messed that part up. But it's not like I'm actually going to take any code that it generates, so I don't really care about that. That's better. Yeah, that's definitely better. And yeah, what's up, Space Case? Robotic Head is out tonight, so I don't know. It's up in the air about gaming. If we can find a group for some Helldivers, maybe. Like, I wouldn't mind. Like, I'd just rather make sure we're in like a full party. I don't want to have some randoms. I do quite like the graph. They changed the difficulty, so a full group is 100% needed. Got it. Okay. Yep, signature Claude gradient. Yeah, it's crazy how the V0 one sucks. Like, dude, this one's bad. You used to solo level 8, and now you can't even solo a level 4. Oh, jeez. Okay. They probably had some stats on how, like, nobody did anything lower than 4, you know? So they just, like, shifted the window. That'd be my guess. Yeah, so I think we're gonna just ignore the V0 one, because it looks basically the same as all the others, too. Um, I'm not against I'm not against a bar chart instead of a graph. I just think like this is way too tall. But you know what? We could go taller instead of wider. Right? If we went 3 across here instead of 2, then we'd be fine. You mean like to give it like the exact styling? I'm not worried about exact styling. I'm not copying and pasting any of this shit. All I want is like just general design inspiration, right? Like where things should kind of go. I'm surprised Figma doesn't have anything big like that. See, I don't like this because I want to go wide instead of tall. Back for Blood or Dead Island 2? I don't know, like, I'd like to get a group together. Does Figma have an AI feature? Okay. Yeah, maybe they do. I haven't made anything in Figma for a while. But yeah, now that we're on to like design stuff, oh, this is whiskey time. This is definitely whiskey time. So let me go rinse this out. Probably pour some more water too. Slice of lime. I do need to clean up in this room. But yeah, I think that's the move. A table of words? Yeah. Here's the thing, like, a table doesn't make a lot of sense because of the way we're doing our billing tiers, right? Like, if we go to Messijo.com, and we go to pricing, right? Like, the free tier is going to have one keyword. A table of one thing looks super weird, right? 3 keywords, 5 keywords. Like, I just think a table is the wrong fit for that. But maybe if we start adding more, right? Like if we start increasing some of this, there could be value. I don't know. I think I want to stick with kind of what I got going. Like, I want to stick with something like this. Creator, I'm not worried about creator or created at. I don't think those values matter much. But yes, sources, right? Like, we've got this design for sure, right? So the platforms and notifications we want to list. We want to show, like, eventually a graph of 7-day activity. For now, it'll just be the totals, right? So I don't know, total in the corner could work. I don't know if I care about total in the corner. We'll keep our cog in that corner. I don't think this button, like that icon, matters, but I don't know. I kind of like this. I think I want to put notifications and platforms inline. A last updated value is something we could add eventually, but no, we're not going to have that. So realistically, it's about what I've got, except that notifications are going, or like the notifications we have assigned are here. What we'll do is we'll get read and unread inline, like they have it. We could also maybe even get them in the header bar, and then we just have notifications and platforms. And then from there, eventually we get a graph in there. And realistically, like the graph doesn't even need to be like a big part of things. So I don't know. Like we haven't done nearly enough for mobile responsiveness. Like this works mobile responsively, like our header doesn't. This style is called neo-brutalism. So yeah, I'd say check that out. I'm just using a framework that does it for me, so I didn't have to do any of this designing myself. But yeah, I think I'm liking this so far. when we go into the events, right, which we probably need a button to make it obvious that people can go in and inspect their events, but red means I've seen this event, right? So I saw this, I didn't need to respond to it, we're good to go. I can shuffle it off to not be a thing. Right? So hold on, let me just add another keyword and it'll make sense. Football. And then, yeah, this is where we run into it because we're not passing platforms right now. So we broke things a bit, but I think that's fine. Yeah, like a comic book style. I think neo-brutalism is meant more to, like, resemble, like, GeoCities style stuff, right? That kind of old school. But yeah, so we broke the back end a bit for creating keywords. So that's a bummer, but we could fix that real quick. Hold on. Okay, here we go. So let me just do a quick fix on this because it's just in our services. Keyword. We'll just do it on the keyword form. All right, we'll pass blue sky. And then theoretically, we should be able to just do that now. Cool, so we got football. And then if we refresh, we've already got one event for football. Yep. All right, so here we go. Mostly there for college football. You must have gotten to this before he locked quote posts like the truly brave soul that he is. Okay, I don't know. That's not something I want to reply to. So then as we do that, yes, sure, we fetch some more. Ooh, our totals didn't update, though, so we'll have to deal with that. But, you know, we can just, like, keep looking at this, like, oh, maybe I want to reply to this one, so we pop it open and do something. And then from there, we mark it as read. And then as these new ones keep coming in, you know, whatever. Right, so that's the idea. Right, just switching between these things. Oh, you wanted the green rectangle in the chat overlay. Yeah, I get that. Type another message. Just to make sure it works. Interesting. I don't remember if... No. So hold on. No, the green you saw was mods. Yeah, sorry about that. This is called neo-brutalism. Yeah, sorry about that, Daniel. Yeah, no, the green box is for mods. The purple box is for VIPs. And, like, mine is red. So yeah, I'm sorry about that. We should do something special. I wish we could edit that source code at this point. So I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to bamboozle you. And wait, did someone else do one too? Oh, and I missed some follows. Okay, one second, real quick. Papil? I'm guessing it's Felipe, but like you just flip the letters. The Caro, Mr. Lamkos, Hannah Goost. Thank you all for those follows. Appreciate you. And whoever subbed without shouting it out, I appreciate you. Thank you. Because I think it takes two of you to actually get the hype train going. But, okay. It is definitely whiskey time because we're doing a bunch of like design stuff and I am not a designer. We're going to break my brain a little bit. Easiest way I know how. So give me a second. I'm going to go slice a lime, rinse my beverage glass, pour some more water. Shouldn't be more than like a minute or two, but we can put it on the bathroom scene.
Give him an enema.
Okay, I'm back. I'm about to be the best designer. For you, design stuff is humidifier time. Yeah, I have a hard time making decisions when I do too much humidifying. All right, we need to get into a mind state where we just decide. All right, so yeah, how's everyone doing today? Any fun plans for the weekend? Oh, we haven't opened it up yet. Give me a sec. Hey, but yeah, how's it going, Olivia? Oh, I guess Hype Train kicked off with just one. Oh, wait, one was a sub gift? Oh, interesting. Well, whoever gifted a sub, thank you. All right, let's pour the whiskey. Oh, Space Case. So I feel like I asked you the other day. Do you have Path of Exile 2? Because I wouldn't mind playing some of that, and I did just make a character last night. Or not just make a character, but the character I got is pretty early still. Brainless, you're going to close the code and give Dune Awakening a try. That's the new Dune game? That could actually be fun. I haven't played any of Dune Awakening. Yeah, I would say. So look at it this way: Path of Exile 1 is meant to be like a spiritual successor. Path of Exile 2 is the successor to PoE 1. Oh, it's on free play this weekend. Oh, well, Space Case. You want to free play some Dune Awakening? Yeah, if Space Case is here right now. I don't know. We'll chat when he gets back. That actually sounds kind of fun. Yeah, it was a game I didn't necessarily want to pay for yet, but I don't know, that could be fun. PoE 2 is meant to be like more difficult than like a Diablo. Like dodge rolling, like it's meant to play like Elden Ring. So I'm surprised I like PoE 2 because I don't like Elden Ring. Like I don't like Souls likes. I think Elden Ring's probably the best in the series, but there's something just like way too punishing about a lot of those games. Right? Like, oh, you died at this boss, now traverse half the level again. Like, dude, I hate that. I hate that so much. Like, I hated the new Armored Core game because of that. Oh, you died at this boss? Spend another 5 minutes getting to it. Yeah, it just doesn't respect the player's time in any way. Whereas at least with, PoE 2, but before the bosses during the campaign, you've got a checkpoint. You die, you just keep going. Cool. Like, there's almost always a checkpoint before, like, a major boss. Right? Even in, like, the end game and the maps. Which is cool. Okay, that's hilarious, Mint Julep. That's kind of funny. All right, so yeah, we're going to go with Bolt.News design. I think it looks okay. We're not going to completely do the same thing, but yeah, I'm okay with it. All right, we don't have a graph yet. We don't have a last updated. And yeah, we're going to do stuff differently, but I don't know. It was worth it for a little inspiration. We've already got a graphing library in, right? And you can see the graphing right here. So I think we're using recharts. I think that's what's under the hood of neo-brutalism. Like, it's basically a shadcn wrapper, and shadcn opts for recharts as well. Okay. So let's shuffle the front end in place here. Oh, and I already forgot. Yeah, we're not setting what the last fetched thing is on the lobster side. So we're going to get a lot of like duplicate events. So hold on, let me add that to the linear ticket. Store the most recent parsed event for lobsters posts and comments. Oh, I don't want to save it. Just create. Okay, so understand what shadcn is. Is it a configurable web component library? You're trying to use Svelte shadcn a year or two back for a little project, but you've never been that great with the front end ecosystem. So the reason, like, let's just think about what component libraries have been doing in the past. They were full-on components that are shipped to you as part of like their, like, as part of a package that you download from npm. What that means is that they live inside of your node modules folder rather than your source code. So if you want to modify these things, you're kind of shit out of luck if they don't provide you a good mechanism for modifying it the way you want. Whereas instead, shadcn is more like a generator. So it'll take their boilerplate for a button, and it'll generate that into your source code as a component that you can modify. In general, it's really nice for maybe generating component libraries that you might want other people to consume at your organization. So you would use shadcn to generate those, modify them to look how you want them to look, and then you can output those to a component library that the rest of your engineers just consume. And that's really useful for larger organizations where you want to maintain a consistent style between applications, between internal apps, external apps, etc. So think of shadcn more as like a design system generator rather than strictly a set of components. It's more like a starter for your own component library. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Yeah, no worries. Sure, go for it. Can I do a marker? Or what is it? Marker? Make sure you clip it now, though, because I don't have VODs turned on Twitch. And if you do get a good clip out of it, let me know. I'd happily share that over to YouTube or something. Why not? All right, so back to this front end that we're going to hack on. All right, so keyword item. Yeah, exactly. All right, so hold on. Let's get other music going. Hey, what's up, Space Case? So hold on. Here's something I was thinking. Do you have PoE2, Space Case? Would you like to play some of that tonight? That's an option. There's also free play weekend for Dune Awakenings. Awakening. Free weekend. So it could be fun to mess with that. SS14. I mean, Final Fantasy 14? Oh, Space Station 14. Um, we know someone that works on that. Why am I spacing on their name right now? Celestial. I think Celestial Bluetooth actually works on Space Station 14. Because it's open source, right? So yeah, just throwing that out there as an option there. Space Case. I'm wondering if that 9 was intentional in here? Or are you playing a game right now and you like focused the wrong chat? No, I'm a front end person. Like, what I like doesn't matter. I like building stuff. My expertise is in front end, but I'm not a designer. So there's a big difference there. I'm an application dev. I can build a really nice front end if a designer tells me what it should look like. But that has to do with state management, user experience, etc. Not design. And I think that's where a lot of people get hung up. They hear front end, so they think, oh, you must be a good designer. No. Nope. I've met front end engineers who work at Google who haven't touched CSS in like, or not Google, sorry, Facebook, who haven't touched CSS in years because they're focused purely on optimizing the UI, right? Like the user experience of how quickly things load and the order in which they load and, you know, interactions and rendering performance and blah, blah, blah. There's a lot that goes into the front end that's more than just making it pretty. One of my favorite blog posts of all time is Facebook technology behind preview photos. This right here, where, you know, this cover photo is loading in inside the Facebook mobile app. When it loads in blurry, right? How they do that, sure, like maybe attaching it to the payload is a back-end concern, but taking this super tiny blurry image that's only 200 bytes, making it the right size, and then client-side blurring it, then lazy loading in the actual image after that. That's all stuff that you can do without ever really touching CSS. Like technically, you got to do something to blur the image. So you might use CSS to do that on the front end, or in the case of an Android app, which this is talking about, they're probably doing some other way of blurring that image. But you can consider that close enough to CSS. But this is a front end problem to solve, right? Like blurring this image, letting that load in within 200 bytes so that the bigger image can like lazy load later. This was back in 2015, and now it's like a standard practice to load images this way. But Facebook had to really like push the envelope. So yeah, just pointing that out. Like the front end is more than just making stuff look pretty. It's also making it have a good experience. I mean, it's fine, no place like Chrome. We get people of all different types, you know? We get experts in here. We get people who are brand new, you know? Right? No need to judge. I will say, like, your comment seemed a bit judgmental, right? We all have blind spots. There are back-end devs who never touch the front end, who might have been working for the past 20 years. That might be a blind spot. So, I don't know, man. Just take it easy. Talk to these people like you'd want to talk to them again, and you'd want them to talk to you again. No, and I understand that. I'm just saying, like, you could have phrased it a little better. Phrasing is still a thing. That's all. Just letting you know the vibe that we like to have here. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you could phrase things to where you don't seem like a dick. Right? And what's up, Crafty? How you doing? Exactly, right? Just because we're not face to face, pretend that we are. You'll have a better experience in this chat. Yeah, Nori's Mint Julep. I'll try and clip it for you at some point. If I remember. I probably won't remember. I think another way to look at it is, will it be on the YouTube stream after I go offline? I mean, with YouTube, you should be able to scroll through. Not. What's in your glass? Is it a mint julep? If not, that's false advertising. But yeah, you should be able to clip it from YouTube if you want. You are what you eat, not what you drink. Touche. It is whiskey. Nice. What kind of whiskey? And yeah, if you want to clip it from the YouTube stream, this could work. Ooh, Oban. I've heard good things about Oban. That's a Scotch? No, that's a Japanese whiskey, right? Which probably has some, like, Scotch-like notes to it. Yeah. Not a big fan of jazz. Too many unnecessary notes. It isn't. It is a Scotch. Okay. All right. Well, there you go. Never mind. Yeah, I have a friend who I thought he was a big fan of Oban, but no, he just told me a story once where it was like an open bar, and he reached for, like, you know, the expensive Scotch. So he got the Oban. He's not here right now. Wouldn't be the first time where, like, we've been, like, chatting about him and he was just lurking. All right. Anyway, yeah, let's keep going. Well, and it looks like no place like Chrome can't handle people telling him to keep it civil. Good riddance. Yep. It's all right. They're not banned. Maybe they'll be back. They're not banned yet. You like the beanie? Yeah, it's a good beanie. No, this is a solid one. I don't wear it often enough. Make everything complicated. That's the only way. I mean, This UI is getting complicated for sure. Why'd we have to go and make things complicated? Damn. I don't even remember who made that song. Was that Avril Lavigne? I don't remember who made that song originally. I think it does date me a bit. It was Avril Lavigne? All right, that's what I thought. I remember back when I was in high school, I swear some pundit, and that's the nicest thing I could say, some pundit on MTV said she could be the next Bob Dylan. Her lyrics are that complex. Did, yeah. Some sock puppet on MTV said that. You know, take it with a grain of salt. It's what they're paid to do. I think sock puppet's the nicest way of phrasing that. Because some record producer definitely had his hand up his butt. Or whatever, right? Like, but yeah. Anyway. But yeah, about the vibes. If we talk to each other online like we did in person, the whole world would be a lot better off. Absolutely. 100%. Wait, what do you mean by that, Vibi? Like there's one song that's written well enough that it could have that vibe? I could see that, sure. I haven't listened to everything that Avril Lavigne made, so I don't know. But okay, so yeah, we're doing the no notifications thing. I think I want to just do like the plus symbol next to it. Let's do that plus button, like kind of like this, but we'll make it smaller. But yeah, how you doing today, Code Girl? Let's do some work. I mean, take it easy. Work happens without having to, you know, tell me to do work. The work happens. It does that. Earning that dollar? There you go. Are you earning that dollar or are you earning a dime, right? Boss makes a dollar, I make a dime, so that's why I poop on company time. And yes, back when I used to work hourly, I absolutely would make sure I did my like daily BM on company time. I had a coworker be like, "Wow, you're so regular." It's like, I'm taking this break, whether you like it or not, every day. Yep. Uh, Nick Kroll's character from The League, he would like fiddle with his lineup. He used to call it Tinker Stinker, right? Fiddling with his like fantasy football lineup. I missed that show, but it definitely did fall into like a pattern. In the pattern, I don't know, it does kind of get old. I really do think they could keep it going. They could keep the pattern every week and I'd still watch it. They could have been gone 20 years like Always Sunny and I'd still watch the show. You get an hour break for lunch? No, no, you don't. You don't do that on your hour break. No, 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 no. You do that because you got to go to the bathroom outside of your legally allotted breaks. In many cases, like I've worked enough like food service, you don't actually get all of your like mandated 15-minute breaks, you know? So you got to take your breaks when you can anyway. Oh, it was super cool. I went to Seattle JS on Wednesday. Adam Argyle was there. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him, but he's been doing like a lot of really good, like, you know, CSS style content. Like he's got a YouTube channel. I guess he hasn't updated his title in a while. It looks like he hasn't made a video in years. Oh, it looks like he did something a few months ago. Oh, that's cool. But yeah, no, very cool dude. And yeah, he used to be like a DevRel for Google on like the Chrome team. But yeah, I got to chat with him, and like we were chatting with a bunch of us, and like one of the big things that we got like out of this conversation was like he was saying, I'm gonna force my kids to work like some type of like service position. They're gonna have to work retail, and they're gonna have to work restaurant in some fashion. Because it definitely gives you perspective. People that have never worked a service job, it shows. Like, it really shows. In my opinion, I think that's why I don't necessarily get, like, stressed for work. Because none of that stress is going to be as stressful as being a dishwasher during the dinner rush and the dishes just keep piling up. That's the worst stress I've ever dealt with. Web dev and like coding is so low stress compared to that. Right? Like you feel helpless in those moments, you know? But yeah, what's up, Felipe? How you doing? Felipe Ribeiro. Oh, I like that. What does the T stand for? Theodore? Or Theodore? Sorry, I don't know. Oh, shit, I forgot the lime. You're from Brazil? Yeah, what does the T stand for in your name? I'm really curious. Brazil mentioned, by the way. Just pour another beverage. And yeah, mint julep. I'm guessing you are a whiskey neat drinker with like something like Oban, right? You're probably not mixing much into it. While you're working? Nice. You're not working on a Saturday, are you? Like, I get it. If you're in Australia, you're on like the next day already, but that's still Sunday. But yeah, Adam Argyle, super chill. Super cool dude. And he's working to rejoin the CSS working group. Oh, yeah, very cool. Yeah, yeah. So he's joining Shopify. And I know another person who's going to Shopify too. So Shopify is still doing a bunch of hiring. Handley, I will say English only, please. I want everyone to stay on the same page. Is Shopify looking for entry-level devs? That's the hard part. Basically, no one's looking for entry-level devs. Besides, and this is what I really want to do. And is Shopify remote? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Shopify is like 100% remote. Oh, that's a city. Got it. My bad. I don't know. I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Shopify is fully remote. Because, like, technically, isn't the company based out of Germany or something like that? Like, isn't it one of the few, like, giant unicorn, like, Germany companies? I could be wrong about that. Where's the Wikipedia? Oh, Canadian. Oh, interesting. Headquarters is Ottawa. Yeah, maybe I was just basing it off Tobias Lutke's name. It's probably like Lutka or something like that. Yeah, I didn't know that. Oh, that's cool. But yeah, like fully remote company. Everyone I know that works there, like, is like totally like remote. Like, I don't even know if they have an office here in Seattle. As far as like, and then sorry, I just forgot. Shah the One, the Shah One, like, oh, that's a good name. I like that. Like maybe your name's actually Shah, but it's even better. Oh, absolutely, Code Girl. Like I wouldn't take a job non-remote, and there's a lot of jobs out there. Like there are for like people who are good at what they do, there are jobs. For entry level roles, not so much. So Shah the One, like where are you based out of? What I would typically say is look for consulting companies, right? Like GitKraken's not fully remote. We do have a bunch of remote people, but they're also doing like the hybrid thing in Arizona. So like they would rather hire hybrid people than fully remote, but for certain roles they're more than willing to be like fully remote. Like for someone who's a good choice, you can be fully remote for GitKraken. You also happen to like cybersecurity? Hell yeah. But yeah, like where are you based out of, Shah? And my recommendation is like consulting companies. So the first company I got a job at that took a chance on me as a junior, like after I had done some freelancing and realized that I suck at freelancing, this was Fresh Consulting. And I'm not sure if they do remote, so keep that in mind. But like if you click it, right, 13 open positions, holy shit. And they're a good group. But the biggest thing about consulting companies and things like that is that consulting companies have a bottom line, right? Like they charge by the hour for most of their like good clients, which means if they're charging, let's say $150 or $200 an hour, if you're making $75 an hour, you are eating into their bottom line and their amount of profit that they can collect off your hours. So the less they pay you, the more they make. So a lot of consulting companies in general are like a jump to conclusions mat. They're only going to be able to hire people who are cheap, who don't have the confidence to work anywhere else or the skills, and they can make their margin off of the cheaper labor, which means that as people like start out as a junior and level up to senior, if you stay at a consulting company as a senior, you're probably fucking up. Right? So there's this constant churn that consulting companies have because people outgrow them as far as their career goes. And it's the nature of the beast, right? Because They can only pay out so much before they're not making any money off your time when they're charging a client only $200, like per hour. Like $200 per hour is $400K a year. That's a huge like amount of money, but they have other overhead. They have all sorts of other stuff they do that they have to compensate for in their margin, right? So that means that they're going to maximum pay someone the equivalent of 100 to 200, whatever, right? Yeah, it's either up or out. Yes, exactly. Accenture, like all those companies. Accenture, some person I really trust fucking hates Accenture. So I would never work for Accenture, but if you're trying to get your first job, you can't necessarily have opinions like that. So for your first job, you got to work wherever they're going to hire you. Yeah, like consulting companies in general are not for the long term. Unless you start your own. And then it's doable. But for your first job, yeah, consulting companies are great. So yeah, Mint Julep, you did the same thing. You worked for a consulting company. You got your experience. And then you just move on to somewhere that's going to actually recognize your value and pay you what you're worth. All consulting companies should be treated like a jump to conclusions map, right? You start there and you jump to your next conclusion because they're never going to pay you what you're actually worth. But that means that there's like this revolving door where they have to hire cheaper talent, which means juniors. Feels stressful? There's some value to it, right? When I worked at Fresh Consulting, I would be on a new project every 3 to 6 months. Like easily. Sometimes way quicker than that. If I could just knock it out and it was a small project or whatever, right? You're going to work on a whole bunch of different things. And the more you like diversify your skills, the more like sought after you are as a dev. Because I was not picky about Angular versus React versus whatever, they'd put me on all sorts of shit. And I also have background, like back-end chops. So like the first big project I ever did for them, I had to actually build the OAuth layer because our outsourced, what was it? Where were they from? Thailand? Our outsourced Thailand devs didn't understand how OAuth worked. So I had to like actually go in and build that for our PHP backend for this project I was working on because they were holding me up. But the more you like can diversify and work in all sorts of technologies and languages, the more you're like the favorite at a consultancy. Like you're going to have project managers and salespeople like fighting over you, which is really cool actually. Yeah, the diversity of projects, there's a lot of value to that, right? And the more frameworks you work in, the more you realize that they're all kind of the same. Some of the syntax changes, but when you're building a web application, right, like a dashboard for some back end, for some bullshit app, you still got to think about the same stuff. Like, how do I invalidate the token? How do I handle auth? How do I attach things to like our, like how do I attach the token to my database requests? Like, or not database, but back end requests. Like all of that stuff is actually basically the same with like slight differences, right? The same things have to happen. You just figure out how. That's one of my favorite things about learning a new language, right? Build a REST API, then rebuild that same REST API in a new backend language. See how it works. See what libraries are available. Don't build something brand new from scratch in a language that you don't know. That's just doing it on hard mode. Take a problem that you've already solved and solve it in a new language because you're going to have to solve other problems along the way without having to think about like the business case, right? Like the business problems are solved. Now you just need to figure out language and syntax problems, One quick example. I built this super like meh API. It's called Proficientim. Oh no! Is the server down? Oh no. That didn't transfer. Ah, shit. Yeah. So I transferred ATProto to Cloudflare, but I didn't transfer the Proficientim subdomain. I need to look at what IP address that is. So I messed that part up, but whatever. Anyway, I have this thing that I built in React and Node.js for the backend. I rebuilt the front end into Angular, still the same Node.js backend. And then later, when I wanted to learn Go, Rust, and Elixir, I rebuilt that same backend into those languages. So I needed to build a REST API, find what frameworks to do that with. I needed to basically have like a get and post endpoint, right? Basically REST API stuff. I needed to wire up to a database or a caching layer, which meant, how do I wire up to Redis, etc. From there, I also needed to make API requests out to places. How do you make an HTTP request to an external service? That's another thing to check off. So let's just say we're at 4. For number 5, think about, okay, well, one API was JSON, another API was XML. How do you parse those things in the language of your choice? It's just there's a lot of value in solving the same problem in different places versus solving new problems in new places. It's the worst way to go. So if you can check all 6 of those boxes, you already have a real firm handle on, is this a language I could build with going forward? If it fails any one of those things, I'm not building a backend with it. I'm just not going to do it. And I actually tracked my time with these things, which was fun. So I didn't track the Node.js implementation because that was written way before, but I did the Go, Rust, and Elixir implementations. I should be all around lurker then? Wait. Hold on. Maybe I need to read some of this stuff. But, the Go took me 19 hours, but it felt like it took longer because the JSON marshalling thing I got hung up on, which I find really annoying. The Rust took me 23, and the Elixir took me 22. The big difference between all of these, I was solving the same problems with all of them. When I was writing the Elixir, I would just try stuff. And in general, it pretty much worked. It was kind of amazing that way. And the hot reloading or the hot loading of when I make a change, it's automatically there instead of having to do the full recompile of the Go versus Rust. That was also a really nice experience too. So yeah, I really enjoyed the process of building with Elixir and Phoenix because it solved all these problems without me having to do other stuff, and I could just guess at things. And in general, it would kind of just work. Not always, because it's a little different, But, yeah, I don't know. It was a good experience. I still think everything else has value. If I'm writing a CLI tool, Go is it. And that's it. I'm just going to use Go. If I'm writing something where absolute performance is necessary, I'm going to write it in Rust. And luckily, most languages allow you to bring in Rust stuff and not pay too high of a cost to use that to do things. As an example, with Elixir, Fast RSS is an Elixir wrapper around the Rust RSS crate. But you're able to bring it into Elixir in a way where it's 6 to 50 times faster over the feeder, pure Elixir package. So sometimes when you need absolute performance, and parsing RSS is one of those cases, right? You can just reach out to another language and bring it in a nice way. Elixir looks really nice. You've been sticking to Axum. Axum is a Rust framework, right? Yeah, I started with Rust, and I used Rust before Axum even existed. The Rust framework I was using at the time was like Iron, which I assume is like way out of date and no one should use it anymore. Dude, yeah, it hasn't been touched in 4 years. Yeah, so no one should use Iron anymore. Yeah, I never tried Warp. I haven't used Axum. In general, I would like, I don't know if you guys have seen this. If I was gonna do, wait, isn't it Max Day Rust? Cold starts. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, weird it wasn't in there. This helps you visualize like the length of time that projects take to render within like a Lambda cold start. So if you're cold starting a Lambda, right? We're not talking about like, oh yeah, that like function is already primed. But if you're cold starting an AWS Lambda, 12 milliseconds on a cold start is super chill. 7 milliseconds on a cold start or on a hot start is really nice too. And C++ nails that. With a little bit of extra, right? Rust is fine with, I think, maybe a better developer experience. But then you start getting into, like Go. Well, yeah, for a cold start, you're tripling that time. 50 milliseconds shouldn't be the end of the world. And 4 milliseconds for a hot start is actually insane. Like, that's really good. So there's definitely, like, give and take to all this stuff. Does PHP have cold starts? So keep in mind, Sir Elfman, this is all within the context of an AWS Lambda. Technically, with PHP, every request is a cold start because PHP is an interpreted language. So one way to think about that is Rust and Go, you're starting basically what is equivalent to a server that does these things. Whereas PHP, you need some other thing to serve your PHP code. And every single request to PHP without caching or other things is a top to bottom evaluation of all the code associated. Whereas like Node.js and anything persistent is actually like, they can do the loading of packages and all that. And then it's just executing like the one function that got called because they're actual servers. Whereas PHP doesn't do that. So PHP and Python have that same problem. It's this like full-on top-down evaluation of everything from top to bottom of all the code that's going to execute for that server. Ruby, same idea. It's a top-down execution. Yep. So interpreted languages versus like compiled languages, that's a big like divergence of them, which technically means that interpreted languages have to optimize for this stuff, right? For the top-down evaluation. So PHP theoretically wouldn't have as much of a cold start, but there's just so much other stuff that goes with it to make that happen. And I don't think PHP is even in this list. Yeah, PHP isn't even in this list. Yeah, like you can start evaluating ARM versus x86 and, is it a zip versus an image? And there's so much like nuance to making this decision when you're doing AWS Lambda. But if you're not doing Lambdas, well, this isn't relevant to you. But if you are doing Lambdas, you should absolutely be considering this stuff. And all of this to say, if I were to build another Lambda-based project where launching quickly wasn't a goal, I would be rewriting my entire like framework into Rust. But I have a Node.js framework on top of another framework that is written in Node.js or like in JavaScript or TypeScript that it's hard to do anything with Rust because I'd have to rebuild all of the boilerplate that I built. Now, in general, should every application be an AWS Lambda function like based thing? No. Right? The app I'm building that's listening to Blue Sky with a persistent WebSocket connection, no, that just makes sense as some other persistent server. rather than, as a Lambda. Elixir sucks in a Lambda, and you shouldn't do that. But also, like, you shouldn't do persistent WebSocket listeners in a Lambda either. There's other mechanisms for doing that if you really want to go all in on that. If I had to start over as rest of the language, I would go with, again, if I had to start over for the AWS Lambda-based things, then yes, Rust would be it. But I was completely unaware of Rust, and also, like, I'm not aware of a thing that replaces arc.codes. So Architect is the thing that I'm wrapping that, like, Architect does the basics of deploying out per route Lambdas and all that stuff versus, like, your entire API per Lambda. And the reason you might actually want to think about that is, like, Lambda on AWS in general has a concurrency limit. And it's something like 10,000 invocations of a function, like, concurrently. Like, so all these things could be persistently running, right? These, like, lazy loaded, cached, like, you fired the function, the cold start happened, now you got the hot start. It's not 10K requests per second. No, that's not the limit. It's 10K concurrent instances. So if you're building your entire API into one deployable thing, then you get 10,000 concurrent instances of that. Now, all of those can still be hot and serve as many requests per second as they need, but eventually you're going to hit some bottleneck where 10,000 of that is a problem, right? So then at that point, well, if you were to split out the Rust into individual functions that get called, that's where you get a lot of value of doing the per function like Lambda. It means that, yes, if you have like any significant API, you're going to have 80 Lambdas to deal with. So you need a framework to manage those things for you. And that's what Architect is doing in my case. Even then, you could still run into that limit, and that becomes a problem. But per function, 10,000 invocations, like concurrent invocations, or not even invocations, but like instances, it's going to be a lot harder to have a single endpoint reach that limit, right? So that's where you might want to consider individual endpoint per Lambda versus, one God Lambda that does every request. And in general, most of the frameworks I've seen that do the Rust thing, they actually fuck up. You're just shipping your entire API to a Lambda rather than per function. Now, how many apps are going to hit a scale where that matters? Well, okay, touche. Like, how many requests per second could 10,000 concurrent God Lambdas, right? Like your entire API in one. How many requests per second could you serve? Probably millions. Probably millions. But it's still, like, eventually you'll hit that bottleneck. Like, if you have an app significant enough. Anyway, I love these, like, tangents. This is, like, the fun part. You feel like the DB will be the bottleneck at that point? DynamoDB will never be the bottleneck. Actually, no, there are ways that Dynamo could still be the bottleneck. You're right. In most cases, DynamoDB will never be your bottleneck, as long as you're doing a good, sane amount of sharding. Right? And, like, it's not sharding specifically, it's like how you actually do your keying, right? Your partition key versus your sort key. If you're doing your partition key correctly, DynamoDB will never be a problem. Like Amazon, like all of Amazon's e-commerce goes through DynamoDB or their internal equivalent. That's why it was created. Most apps that you're ever going to build will never hit that problem. So it's not necessarily sharding. Like, you are not doing this sharding. What you are doing is creating a partition key, and the partition key is what Amazon's DynamoDB decides like where that's going to live, etc. And as long as you're not hitting like partition limits of 4,000 writes per second or some BS, like I forget the numbers, then you're fine. And that's based upon the partition that you're doing. So it's up to Amazon to figure out like where these partitions live and how to shard them out to different servers and all that. If your partition, right, your partition key is finite enough, you're not going to hit those limits for a user or an org or like some resource, right? Like, you know, your document or whatever, right? Like the partition key is how you really think about your database design with Dynamo. And it's something that is not easy to get right. It's something that's really not easy. I've worked at a company that had like 5 separate Dynamo instances. That's fucked up. That's actually completely wrong, and you shouldn't be doing that. Instead, you should be following the single table data design. Right, and the best article is this one. Yeah, data modeling in Dynamo is tricky. Why single table data design, etc. I didn't know about this back when I worked at that company. And that company, I'm not going to tell them about it at all because they let me go because I was streaming during business hours because it's a conflict of interest. Fuck you. Like, we launched the entire application while I was doing this shit. But one brand new manager threw me under the bus, right? Within a week of them being like a middle manager, they threw me under the bus. Because they had, like, the whole team had a really bad process. Rather than implementing feature flags, every Tuesday and Thursday, we'd have to take an entire, like, 3 hours of our time and dedicate it to making sure that we shipped up basically like a single value change of, like, the minimum life insurance policy that we would accept, right? Like, a minimum $1 million life insurance policy was a thing every day of the week besides Tuesday and Thursday when we would bring in users and we would have to change a single fucking value in the applications. And we'd have to redeploy because of that shit, rather than just letting the applications do feature flagging. Like, it was the most poorly run team I've ever been on. They had 70 Lambda functions in all of their own repos rather than doing a mono repo, which meant when they updated their, like, common library, that was 70 pull requests that had to happen just to go from, like, you know, PR to dev, which was an environment, and then from dev to staging, which was an environment, and then from staging to production, right? All of these were like branch managed, which meant PRs for the entire steps, which meant they had to have Saturday merge parties to update all of their Lambda functions because they were all separate repos. Why not keep those in a fucking mono repo? AWS has composite partition keys. Technically, you can build your partition key and composite that yourself. Like, I don't know if that's necessarily the thing that matters, but yes, you could do that. The primary key, right, and maybe that's what you're thinking, Sir Elfman, the primary key is the combination of partition and sort key. But the partition key is what decides what node that data lives on, right? The partition. Whether it's a different server, or whether it's the same partition within the same, or whether it's a separate partition within the same server, that's totally like abstracted away from you. So the partition key is very important. Typically, when you want to update a record, you need both the partition and the sort key. But if you just want to like query things, you might only need the partition key. And AWS only uses the partition key for their scalability. But yeah, what's up, Grons? Yeah, dude, like the worst engineering team I've ever worked on. It was mostly due to not just the bad middle manager, but the bad, like, main manager of this project. Like, dude, they fucked up. Like, they lost 3 senior engineers because of that bad manager. They lost me because dude put his foot down, and then I'm pretty sure within a couple weeks they lost 2 other major senior developers. They only got one of them back later. Someone really hated monorepos? Maybe. I don't think someone knew, right? Like, all of the senior people on this team had never worked with Lambdas, had never worked with DynamoDB. So there was a lot of bad practices that are hard to migrate away from. But a bad manager basically ruined everything. And if I look at that project today, it's in like a stalemate. Like, it's not where it should be because they lost too many people, right? For various reasons. Because of a bad middle manager and a really bad top level manager. Life insurance companies, you know? I mean, like, people don't leave companies, they leave managers. That's the thing. Like, most people like the people they work with, besides their managers. And a bad manager can ruin everything. Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically, Launch Darkly, from some stuff I've heard, where I can't say who I heard it from, Launch Darkly had to purge their entire DevRel team, for the most part. And, like, they didn't purge that specifically, but a bunch of DevRels left a toxic manager. And then eventually that toxic manager left. And they had to, like, basically rebuild their entire, like, DevRel team from scratch. Like, it's crazy. Some company cultures are fucked. Yeah. Almost always, right? Like, give any statement a caveat, right? When someone says always, there's always outliers. And even in that case of saying there's always outliers, I'm sure there's some outlier to that doesn't have any outliers, right? If you accept the fact that nothing is ever 100%, besides the fact that saying that means that there has to be something that's going to be 100%, then you get into the paradox of reality, you know? There's always going to be outliers, and then there's even an outlier to that statement. If you think too hard about it, you're going to have an existential crisis. It's not worth it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, there, X Factor. Yeah, for sure. And even if you say always, there's going to be an edge case. But getting too hung up on the edge cases is the wrong approach. All right, so let's continue building out. We're not going to do like this entire thing, but Yeah, we'll use it as some decent inspiration. I like the idea of the read and unread being up in the title, which we've done. Edge cases only happen on Edge runtime. I don't know, ask Vercel. No, we can keep chatting about anything. Like, dude, it's a Saturday. We're here to have fun. We're here to chill. I'm here to drink whiskey and get a little bit of code done. I'm okay with it. Hope you guys are too. No. You can't make me. Just because of that, I'm going to pour another whiskey. How about that one? You're not my manager. You can't do that. I quit. No, we're not going to do that, Vibby. Nope. Are you saying we should look like every other Vercel app out there? We shouldn't do anything unique, and we should totally just like follow the same patterns that every other app does, right? No, fuck that. Hell no. Hell no. You can't make me. You're not my manager. Yeah, that's exactly the problem, Grons. Vibby doesn't want to cut himself on the edges. The edges are too sharp. We already went over this. What is this song? Sorry, give me a second. Some people like edging. Okay, sorry. That, as I said it, I was like, no, that's a little too much for this stream. See, I was talking about like using one of like the edge trimmers, like gardening wise. Where did your mind go? Right? Like you mowed the lawn, you still got to like trim the stuff along the sidewalk. That's what you use an edger for. Some people enjoy the process of edging for that. Where did your mind go? Get your mind out of the gutter. Double wink. That's how you know I'm like, you know, that's how you know I'm serious. Oh, damn, Zeki. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Less glare, reduced eye strain. Glare isn't something that monitors produce. Reduced eye strain? No, eye strain is actually like easier to have happen with a dark screen. Eye strain is actually from contrast. If you're in a dark room, even on a dark theme, you're still messing up your eyes. You need bias lighting behind your monitor, no matter what. And he's a mod, so you can't even ban him. Yeah, see? I was going to say, like, man, if we just had Nightshade Dude and Lithium here, right? This is a Primogen Light stream at that point. 1/10 the calories. Actually, I'm overweight, so it's probably more calories, but you know what I mean. Nah, Vibby, I'm not looking for that feedback. No, thank you. Keep it to yourself. See, here's the thing. I use solarized light as my theme for most of my career. Look at that. It's fucking beautiful, man. It's fucking beautiful. It's like legal pad yellow. Exactly. Like a good light theme really does make things better. No, I didn't see your score last week, Humble Web Dev. And hold on, which team is yours? Are you the Great Cornholio? Solarized light's nice, man. When you see someone welding in a video, you squint. That's funny. Like, glare happens regardless. All right, glare's going to happen no matter what. That's based on, like, the coating on your monitor more than anything. Yeah. I mean, which team are you, Humble Web Dev? Like, that's the thing I'm kind of bummed about. Like, I want to enforce people use their stream names at some point. Just because it's like, it's hard to tell. Oh, you're the Ingenious team. Tom's Ingenious team. 111. Dude, you killed it. Are you kidding me? Dude, you killed it. Oh, Bijan Robinson was a good call. Chubba Hubbard. Ooh, nailed it. I can't believe Travis Kelce did that well. Yeah, I'd drop every single Miami receiver you got. Tua turned the ball over is not the move anymore. Oh, I had top score. Dude, I nailed it. I was worried at first, but no, I nailed it last week. 150 points. I got bailed out, for sure. But I got bailed out heavy, right? Almost 40 points from Josh Allen. 25-ish from Zay Flowers. 30-ish from Derrick Henry. Dude, my kicker got 13 points. So yeah, nah, I killed it last week. I was worried too, because Calvin Ridley and Terry McLaurin fucking blew it. And yeah, I still need to trade some stuff to Chaotic. Chaotic, here's what I'll do, right? You need a good quarterback. Maybe Joe Burrow ends up doing well this week instead of the 8 he got last week. You trade me something reasonable. I kind of wanted to hold on to him for like a good week because he was playing against Cleveland, and Cleveland is one of the best defenses in the league. They're the 4th best defense in the league. So I was hoping to like build him up a bit. But yeah, you know, Chaotic, you create a trade for me because I just picked up a bunch of really nice receivers. I don't know. Like, let me know what you think. I'm down. Cleveland as in the Browns. Yeah, the Browns have an amazing defense these days. Their offense is what really sucks. The Browns defense is killing it these days. I don't know if you knew that. Like, they're not going to win games, but the defense keeps the games, like, lower than they would be. Live within 2 hours of Cleveland? You don't really follow? Cool to hear. Yeah. Yeah, I know someone who just moved back to, like, Bowling Green within the past few years. Is that, like, where you're at? Like, is that nearby? But yeah, Space Case. I don't know if you heard me. If you want to play some games tonight, totally up to you. If you have PoE 2, we could do that one. Oh, there's definitely a Bowling Green in Ohio. I'm almost positive. Almost positive. Okay, so you don't have PoE 2. You may want to get the download started. There's a free weekend for Dune Awakening. It's a free weekend right now, so you can download it, try it, whatever. But also, if you wanted PoE 2, like if that's a kind of game that you like, I'd happily gift it. It'll go free to play next year, but that's like a year away. You've been wanting to try Dune Awakening? It's free weekend. Yeah, get it downloaded so we can play later tonight. I'm down. I'm on fiber, so it'll be quick for me to download. One of those games you'd only play with other people. Yeah, and honestly, that's the way you have to do it anyway. For like the end game and all that. And even early. 2 gig asymmetrical? That's huge, dude. Oh my god. All right, let's keep doing this layout. All right, so what I want to do is I want to make that notifications title bold. Okay. And then, yeah, we want to turn this button. We can do that. There we go. Button goes there. And then this becomes an icon button. Maybe it's size? There we go. Yep. And then we just want to add... what is it? Plus... which we have already. And we can just do that. There we go. Okay, and from here, we want to do something like this. Right, okay, so no notifications, we click the button. Sure. I maybe want to make it... Yeah, hold on. Instead of that, we want to do no shadow. BG white. So then, yes, you could add that. Cool. Voila! Like a glove. Ooh, ooh, this song's good. I'm turning it up for myself. All right, so then after the notifications... hold on. Yep. Missing another div. Okay. So yeah, we don't have the icons for it. It's not bad so far. I think we could definitely do that a bit better. But this is looking like way more filled out. Like, yeah, this is feeling nice. Yeah, this feels pretty nice. Let me go use the restroom, and yeah, I'm already like really into this so far. We could move the red unread to a row below. That way it's like consistent. I don't know if that matters as much. Like another thing we could do is instead of like the 0 red unread being here, we could move it to the right. That's an option too, and then it's going to be consistent for that width. All right, so yeah, let me go pee. BRB. I should probably slice another lime while I'm up. BRB. Oh, and hold on. Let's do the best bathroom scene on Twitch.
Give him an enema.
So, real quick, because I feel like I should shout this out.
Medieval time!
You know, it's fine. Anyone going to JS Nation this year, I will be one of the MCs. I think. They sent me a calendar invite, so I think that made it official, but I don't know. We'll see. It'll be my first time MCing conference. Luckily, there's other people, so it's not just me. But that sounds awesome, doesn't it? I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, JS Nation in New York. Technically, it's in Jersey. I'm going to be MCing. It's basically just going to be like introducing the next speakers. But that sounds great. First time I went to React Summit, I got to see Jack Harrington and the other two MCs like practice their like stuff before everyone like arrived, and that was super fun. It does mean I'm gonna have to travel to the East Coast a few days earlier than the event. So I'm gonna visit my family because they live in Pennsylvania. So I can like reset my sleep schedule so I can wake up at a reasonable hour, because I haven't made it to React Summit or JS Nation before noon a single time ever. So yeah, I'm gonna have to like really practice up on my sleep cycle, which is totally doable. Like me and Red Bull, we've been close for a long time. We can do it again. No big deal. Oh yeah, it'll be fine. Nah, like my talk at SquiggleConf last year, I was operating on 2 hours of sleep. If anything, being a little loopy from lack of sleep just makes for being a better presenter. That's science. Creatine? First, I'd have to buy creatine. Yeah, I'm not sure that's technically true, but maybe it negates the feeling of sleep deprivation. Really? Okay. So are you saying you could just like not sleep and just like just eat creatine by the spoonful in perpetuity? Or does it eventually catch up with you? Like, how long could you go without sleep by substituting creatine? I want to see a study about that. It works until you die. I mean, everything does, technically. With enough booze, I don't need to sleep, and that works until you die. You know? Also, technically, no. You get tired enough with enough booze, and you're sleeping whether you want to or not. So that's a separate thing. I get that. No, that makes sense there, Space Case. I get it. Yeah, you still need sleep. But yeah, what you're saying is I should get the smallest container of creatine I can get from a random store when I get to New York. And I should eat it like candy every couple hours, right? All right, all right. Yeah, Space Case, you're like really into fitness. Like, you know all about creatine. So yeah, that's cool, man. All right, so what we want to do now is establish, right? We have this thing for... Oh, shit. Hold on. Where is that? Don't get tablets or gummies. Just do the straight-up powder. Okay. Wait, where the hell is this? Where are our notification icons coming from? Oh, it's over in notification icon and notification. Oh, wait, notification icons in here too. So I need to create another. Yeah, no. F in chat. Yeah, for sure, man. All right, so what we'll do is we'll create function platform icon. Oh, and it even knew what I wanted. Oh my god. What a jerk. Yeah, we're going to follow that same exact pattern, but we need to start bringing this stuff in. So yeah, platform. I think platform, we're good. This is VS Code. Yeah, for sure. I've given Cursor a try, but the fact that they limit your auto completions is bullshit. Because you can just use Super Maven and get auto completion, like AI driven auto completion, for free in a major way. Cursor bought Super Maven, but somehow they still like neuter the completions, just like, you know, because they have to get people to actually pay to subscribe and all that. What extensions? I mean, I could show you the list. Like, what extension do you care about? Like, what are you seeing where you care about the extension? Like, it's too many to list, you know? What extension do you care about? And yeah, sure, we could restart. I'm barely using Copilot and Claude Code. I do that shit for work, but anything else, like, nah. No, so I don't use Copilot. Copilot's not doing anything for me. Right? Claude Code I installed just to try it, but I'm not using that at all either. So, yeah, for the most part, everything after those two, maybe. So, is there an extension that you think you're seeing that you want me to, like, showcase? Otherwise, it's just, I don't know, it's too much. Like, I got language-specific stuff, I got other things. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. GitLens is the big one. GitLens is awesome. I'm not just saying that because I work at the company. I've had GitLens installed since I fucking downloaded VS Code for the first time. I've been using GitLens since the first time I started using VS Code. So the auto completion is super Maven. Right? Like, I rarely use GitLens, but when I'm working on a team, oh my god, this shit's so valuable. Like, well, who modified this line of code? Oh, me, 5 months ago. Here's the commit. Here's all the BS about it, right? Do I even need to mouse over it? No, I need to, like, see who did it, whatever, and how long ago was it modified. GitLens is essential, in my opinion. Right? You don't always need it, but the moment you use it, it pays off the cost of having it installed, you know? Yep, yeah. Oh, shit. So where was that PR from? Let's go find the PR. Bam, PR number 1. Why not? Fuck it. Right? Like, there's just so much value to that. Yep, open this file on X branch in GitHub. Like, dude, there's so many really cool features to GitLens, and I don't use all of them. But man, the ones I do use, it would be hard to live without, right? So here's the thing. I've set up new machines before, and every once in a while I go to do a thing and I just don't see it. Oh, because I don't have GitLens installed. And it just makes me realize how much GitLens is doing that I took for granted and thought was just a VS Code thing. I mean, that's up to you. I think GitKraken's worth paying for. This is not just me shilling it. I think there's a lot of value, especially when you're working with other people, right? So Launchpad and a bunch of those features are really important. I don't work on a lot of teams right now where I'd be worrying about what other code people are doing and all that stuff. So I don't get the benefit of something like Launchpad. But the next time I do work on a team, yes, I'll absolutely be making the company I work for pay for GitKraken. Like 100%, 1000%. No doubt in my mind. Let me get another album going. GitKraken. I don't know of other tools that do it, so I'm biased. And I work for GitKraken. So just saying. So GitKraken desktop versus GitLens versus other stuff we do, I mean, whatever, but GitKraken is like the multi-repo tool, right? The multi-repo company. Sorry for the burps. So yeah, Shazlin, just remember, my opinion is biased. I work for GitKraken. I still think if I didn't work for GitKraken, knowing what I know now, after having worked at GitKraken, I would absolutely be using GitKraken on any team I work for. You're still a little biased, aren't you, Space Case? Like, didn't you get a free license or something? Right? You were on our Champions program. So you were a pro user before that, so I get that, but you got a little bit of a bias there. We've discontinued the champions thing, so yeah, I don't know. Wait, you never got a free license? Oh, did you get some swag at least? Did you get anything from that? Oh shit. I think the swag is only if you convinced other people to like subscribe and it could get attributed to you. So that might have been it. But yeah. Well, yeah. Honestly, like there was zero cost to us even if we, are discontinuing. So yeah. I'm stoked to have at least gotten you a little involved. And if you had convinced people to subscribe, you could have gotten free swag. Just saying. Yeah, that's crazy. And I'll say this real quick, like anyone that does use GetKraken in a public facing way, or that at least like has some kind of public facing presence, we are revamping our like ambassador program. Now, don't apply just for shits and giggles. We are somewhat selective. But if you do blog posts, if you make social comments and tweets and blah, 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 and like you'd be willing to do that on a regular cadence in some way, promoting or helping us promote stuff, dude, like, yeah, apply to the ambassador program. I do not have the ability to just blanket approve people. It's a thing that we chat about. But if you have a blog post, or if you have a blog and you make blog posts on a regular cadence, or LinkedIn posts, or tweets, or whatever, right? Yeah, apply. I think it's totally worth it, right? If you're making like actual blog posts or YouTube videos, then yes, content creator. If you're more of like, hey, you'd like to post or feature GetKraken on like other platforms during this time, like sure, right? And like the swag is pretty cool. You can get a GetKraken t-shirt and stickers. GetKraken saved you guys on like the rebase stuff. Honestly, like Space Case, I would love to get some of these like quotes, etc. from you. Assuming that like you'd be okay with us using them in marketing material and stuff, right? But totally up to you, and we don't have to talk about it today. It's the weekend, right? I'm not trying to do work on a weekend, even though I'm definitely going to be doing like a full day work stream tomorrow. Yeah, no, that sounds cool, dude. I would say if you're at least willing to like share stuff, etc., right? Maybe do the community ambassador thing. Totally up to you. I think you still get, you get GetKraken for free. You can get swag, right? Access to our Slack channel, right? Like a very specific like ambassador Slack channel. You can see the features as they're coming out. Give us feedback on those features. When it says monthly get-togethers, it's more like quarterly, but then other stuff. So yeah, maybe we want to rephrase that a little bit. But yeah, anyone that makes, that would help us like upvote some of our stuff on various platforms like Reddit or whatever, people that would be willing to like retweet our bullshit on Twitter, any of that. We're looking for people to do so. And that means everyone, not just Space Case. I mean everyone watching. We are looking to build out our ambassador program better. And if you are willing to be involved in any way, like you don't have to necessarily show up for the get-togethers, because I get that time zones are a thing, etc. But make sure that you apply for the right tier. We have denied people because they applied for content creator when they would be a community ambassador at best, you know? So I just want to say, make sure you pick the right tier that you're willing to adhere to the what you'll do part of things. So yeah, this goes for everyone. Technically, I'm doing my job by shouting it out. And this is why, yeah, there might be some people that wonder, like, what do I do all day? As far as a developer advocate at GetKraken, right? Like, some of my coworkers might wonder, like, what the hell is he doing all day? This is part of it. I talk about the company, I make sure people are aware of it, and we shout out the cool fucking features that I'm a fan of. But I'm not going to blindly shill some shit. Like, technically, I'm getting paid to talk about this shit. But also, I find value in a lot of it. And they're not paying me enough to lie to you. I think the biggest value you're going to get out of GetKraken is when you work on a team with other people. In my opinion. I'm sure they would love me to say, like, it works best for everybody. Like, everyone should subscribe, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, come on, man. Come on. Authenticity matters. And I hope the people I work with know that too. Like, being a blind shill doesn't do anyone any fucking service. No, not even that. Like, I'm saying, like, you work on a team where people are submitting, like, pull requests and stuff. You can manage the pull requests that you're tagged on to review, and you can see all that in one view, right? That's like, dude, Launchpad is my favorite feature, right? Being able to see all your PRs, all your issues in one place. Amazing, right? Across multiple repos, etc. Like, oh my God. When coworkers are tagging you to review stuff, how are you actually, like, managing that? Yeah, give the trial a try. Whether the trial works for you right now, well, maybe not. But you can always redo a trial, like 6 months later. I don't know what the timeout is, but every once in a while, right? Whatever that timer is, I should look it up. You can actually do another trial again, and eventually it might click and you're like, well, okay, now I can't live without this. But yes, GitHub notifications are so bad. Like, email is the worst for that shit. Could you manage and see all of your, like, PRs that you're tagged in or the ones that you have going in one place? Dude, Launchpad. That's it. Like, that's my favorite feature. That is, like, I've worked on multiple repos, especially at the client agency I used to work at, like the consultancy, and I'd have to, like, just have all of these fucking tabs open of Jira and GitHub and all that, and, like, click through them and double check. And oh my God, man, it gets so much easier when you have something like Launchpad. Yeah, exactly, right? If it's something that you can absolutely use for work, you can probably expense it. If you're at a big enough company, we're probably already in your, like, internal developer platform of, like, stuff that you can just click to install. There's a lot of value to that. Like a notify thing? Like, you could do that, but how much time do you want to spend doing that, Vibi? Right? Like, how much is your time worth? A GetKraken subscription is like $50 a year or some shit. It's so fucking cheap, you know? How much is your time worth? And if you really, really want to do it, like, look at your salary and divide that by 2,000. That's how many workable hours there are in a year if you're doing a 40-hour work week at 50 weeks with a 2-week vacation, right? So 2,000 hours a year. Divide your salary by that, and that's how much you're paid by the hour. How many hours do you want to spend building a thing that solves that problem? versus just paying for a service that does it. So that's always like, you need to do like the cost benefit analysis of how much is it worth to build it myself versus just pay for a thing. And if it's cheaper for you to build it yourself, then do it. I don't care. I don't get paid a commission. I don't fucking care. But most of us, as software devs who are actually employed, an hour of our time is already worth more than the cost of GitKraken. You like to build stuff, but you could spend time building stuff that could actually make you money, right? Like, that's up to you. You only have so much you can work on. Do you really want to work on doing something that you could just pay less for? And that's up to you, right? I can't tell you what you want to do or don't want to do. But I just want to say, like, you could be working on anything. Is optimizing out a $50 a year subscription worth it? That's up to you. And Vibi, my main point is, you should have other projects you want to work on. If you're not writing down the ideas you have, daily, weekly, etc., in some Trello board, well, that's where you're fucking up, because I guarantee you've had better ideas. You've had better things you could be doing. But if you didn't write them down, well, then, yeah, sure, build out a $50 area thing. Like, it's probably not worth your time, but go for it. I get it. Yeah, dude. Yeah, no stress. If you want to build something that replaces GitKraken in your own flow, I don't care. It doesn't affect me. I make no commission. All I'm saying is you could probably use that time better. But if you don't want to, well then fuck it. I don't care. Do it. In general, like, how long am I going to be working at GitKraken? Probably not that long. Who knows? Another year max? 2 years? I don't know. But I still believe that people should build things that are worth their time. And for me, at least, replacing anything that GitKraken does isn't worth my time. Just like a portion of a seed on this lime. Do I like GitKraken? No, like, I think GitKraken's great. Like, I wouldn't have stayed here even like a full year if I didn't actually like the product. There are parts that I don't like that I'll never use. I probably shouldn't say that part, but if I'm being honest, and I think honesty is a currency, I will probably never use our, God, what is it? It's, Code Suggest, or like, whatever, right? Like, it's a thing where you could make a comment with actual code on someone else's PR, or whatever, or like branch, without having to juggle making a branch from their branch and all that. Like, honestly, I would personally just make a branch of their branch, and they can merge it in. I can make a PR to someone else's branch that is already a PR, and like, dude, that's not a problem I've ever needed to have solved. I can just make a branch of a branch. There are certain features that we built that I don't think we did a proper research phase to decide if it was worth doing. I do not think code suggest is valuable. And I'll say this to people I work with. Like, I don't mind. I do not find value in code suggest. And there's like another version of it as well. And I don't find value in those. There are some things that we built that I really just don't think we went through the proper process of figuring out if people actually needed it. Someone came up with an idea and they just ran with it. That's the thing. That happens. That happens at every company. Hey, what's up, Jared? Yeah, but like other GK features are amazing, right? Like they're super fucking good, dude. So yeah, I'm a fan of the product. There are just certain parts that I have a hard time evangelizing. Like, what is the feature you really like? It's the best paid Git client? Okay. How does it stack up to like the non-paid ones? And yeah, I really appreciate this feedback, Jared. Source Git is honestly great. I don't even know if that's one that we're aware of. Like, lazy Git is a big one. Okay. Do they have like a marketing site for it, or is it just purely GitHub? Wow, okay. So yeah, hold on. I'm going to paste this to work if that's okay. Like, I mean, yeah, I think it's fine. Oh, it's just GitHub as well? Oh, like that's a major limitation. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to paste this. I got to figure out what channel to paste it to. Okay. It supports all Git platforms. Okay, perfect. Got it. Thank you for correcting me there. Right? GitLab, GitHub, Gitty, Bitbucket, whatever, right? It just needs like a Git remote. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, let me get that seed out of the way. Okay, there we go. I just wanted to share that. That's all. Thank you. I appreciate that, dude. As a game dev, though, are we aware of Plastic SCM or Unity VCS? I don't know if we're targeting game dev nearly as much. And Jared, yeah, no worries, man. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for hanging out. Dude, good comments, dude. Yeah, Git isn't amazing for game dev anyway. Yeah, for sure. And hold on, wait, I see your like title and your icon. I see like that your icon is basically in the title of your like background image. Is Contingent a game that you're working on? If you want to shout it out, like thank you for the feedback. Hold on. Yeah, feel free to shout out your game, man. Give us a link. What kind of game is it? Okay. So it's out of date. So if you don't want to share it right now, I get it. But you have link privileges. Whenever you do want to share it, let us know. Just give us the context of, hey, remember when you asked about this? Blah, blah, blah. Like that kind of thing. That way it doesn't feel like spammy. That's all. Like I asked for it. Totally up to you. And whether you do it now or later, just maybe later, give me the context. And hey, what's up, Kenny? Back from work? Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Hold on. God, I always forget. You work at a hospital, right? I keep forgetting that. Hospital transport. Okay. Yeah. Just making sure I was at least like in the ballpark. Thank you. You love the people? Yeah, I mean, dude, it sounds fun. Yeah, fuck it, dude. Who gives a shit? As long as you enjoy your work, there's no such thing as a bad job. As long as you enjoy what the work does for you, there's no such thing as a bad job. If it's only the money, well, it could be a bad job. If the money makes up for everything else, well, then it's not a bad job. But let me put it this way. When I used to wash dishes and do janitor shit and clean toilets, I was doing that because I got to snowboard every day. And I mean like every day. During the summer, when I worked at Mount Hood, I would ride at least 5 days a week. And then go to work that night. And yes, I'd be tired from snowboarding all day, but you know what? I still got to snowboard all day. I still got to snowboard all day. So yeah, Jonestown give you an idea for a tool where you can add things to a user to click and remember things about them. Yeah, I'd be curious about how that extension would work, and I would say give it a shot. I don't know enough about how extensions can tie into this stuff. Like at the end of the day, maybe it's just a browser extension versus a Twitch extension. And the browser extension just indexes a user, right? And then you click their name, or like, I don't know, click the extension, then click their name, and it gives you a chance to like do that. I don't know. Like, it's not a bad idea, Jonestown. Like, not a bad idea at all. I think, hold on, let me look. If I click Jonestown, right? There is like a mod comments kind of thing. So mods can do that stuff. I could say like, Jonestown is a genius. And I'll add that. And now every mod can see that message. But it's just rare for like me to actually do that. What is my camera setup? Because it's very different and a little unsettling? What do you mean unsettling? Like the fact that I'm looking directly in your face while I talk, is that the issue? Or is it the lighting that changed? And yeah, like I need to cut my hair. It's the fact that I'm looking directly in your eyes while I talk. Yeah, I have a teleprompter here in which my chat lives, and I like it. I think it's fun. I want this stream to feel more personal. I don't want to like look over at chat and like, oh yeah, I totally get it, Jeffrey. Yes, I'm sorry it makes you feel weird. And then look back at screen, like, or look back at code. Like, nah, man. I want to talk directly to y'all. I want to do that. It looks like I'm talking to myself in the mirror. No, I'm talking to you. I'm talking directly to you, man. No, it's not an Elgato because Elgato was sold out. Honestly, the Elgato does something really nice. Where it like flips the screen in a very specific way that you don't have to deal with. The Elgato teleprompter is actually really, really, really fucking nice. I'm using the Newer teleprompter, right? If I could spell, whatever, they'll find what I need. So I have a Newer where I had to like get the screen that's being projected totally separate, and then I had to write my own like auto flip to like because it doesn't do the X flip, so it's kind of gnarly. No, I'm not gonna change my ways, Jonestown. Shit. Come on. Like yeah. No, I get it. I know the reference you're making because I'm that old. And I'm looking at the man in the mirror, not staring at the man in the mirror. Technically. But good enough. I'm looking at the man in the mirror. It's like I'm doing a monologue. Oh shit, I wish I had a skull. Horatio. I knew him. Horatio. I knew him. There you go. Nailed it. Whether 'twas nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows, and that's the only the only line I remember from any of that shit. Because it's memed to death. Right? For sure. To live, to die. Right? And that's me referencing Adam Sandler in Billy Madison, right? A classic film parodying people that do the Shakespeare shit. Look at all them tabs. Yeah, I'm a collector. For sure. My monitor is right under the teleprompter. No, my code's over here, right? Like, you'll see me look over at the code that I'm writing. My stream PC is over here, like the two monitors that are mounted vertically, right? And then I just got the teleprompter between all of that so I can look you directly in the eyes and make you feel uncomfortable. That's actually part of the goal. No big deal. All right, let's get another album going. Hold on. This is a good one. I have an auto GIF generator? Wait, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by auto GIF generator? No. So we use a thing called Stream Parrot that allows you to replace random bits of text into your own chat overlay. So keep in mind, hold on, emotes, You can see all the emotes that you can do and the things that replace whatever, right? The word nice is one of them. This is a thing that we made here on stream, so yeah, I am shilling a thing I built. And you can use it right now, but it's a dead project because streamers are the worst target market, and also a hard drive I had all of this source code on crashed, and I lost like a year's worth of work. So rebuild any of it from scratch just isn't worth my time yet. If I can make any project I build actually profitable, I could reinvest time into this. But streamers are a terrible target market. Do not write streamer tools with the expectation that you're going to make money off of it. Why are streamers a bad target market? Because, number one, if they're a small-time streamer, they don't make any money from streaming. So they don't have money to invest and pay for a product. If they're a big-time streamer, they don't want to change something because they don't want to mess up like the secret sauce that made them famous, right? They just want to do the thing that they've always done. And I've had this exact same conversation with Theo. If you know Theo, I don't know. If you don't know Theo, whatever, but he's pretty big time. Theo operates a company called Ping.gg, which is profitable, but not the unicorn that he was expecting it would be, because streamers are really fucking cheap, or they just don't want to change up their fucking secret sauce. And I've had this conversation with him multiple times. Streamer tools are a really bad target market. It's a really bad business. How do I find the keywords? So right now, the AT protocol is the main platform we're listening on, right? Bluesky. And Bluesky's Firehose, if I can type, we'll see, whatever, right? The Firehose is just a WebSocket connection, so it's really easy. As we start adding other platforms, it gets way tougher. And yeah, I got tabs for days. I'm a collector. Some of these tabs are vintage. They're really nice. I mean, Stream Parrots always had a free tier that you can use. Like, just use it. Yeah. And if you want more, like, emotes or whatever, just message me and I'll give you more emotes. Like, yeah, totally. Like, it's always had a reasonable free tier. Always. I'm pretty sure Primogen is still using Stream Parrot for his, like, chat overlay, but he hasn't done any emotes, so, like, he doesn't get any value from it, you know? Like, he's not using any of our themes either. He's just a really awesome dude that supports people, like, here in the category. He's just that awesome. Like, he's not benefiting from it in any way, but he just does it because he's a dude, you know? And that's cool, man. And yeah, but, like, this is the way, right? We can replace entire chunks of text. We can replace, like, you know, emotes that exist on Twitch. Like, you can do a smiley face and you get my smiling face. And this is all stuff you can configure for your own channel, doing your own emotes and all that. Like, not a big deal. But yes, I feel like I built a fun thing, right? Code bug, right? Bugs are features, by the way. Come on. I don't even remember that code, like, GIF that's going. But yeah, we support GIFs. We support all sorts of shit that, you know, at least at one point, Twitch didn't support. No, it doesn't solve a pain point. It enhances a stream. But again, like, streamers don't have these kind of pain points. Even ping.gg, it's not a pain point. No, and I get it, J-Free. Like, that's why I haven't rebuilt it. We built it on stream originally because it was just a fun thing to work on. And I wanted it for myself. So why not just work on it to make it to where other people can do it? And then we lost all the source code. That was basically it. It was really good stream content, though. Like, it was really fucking fun. If you go actually log in and start configuring like different themes and shit, dude, do it. Yeah. In general, I want to build stuff I want, and then hopefully other people want it too. Yeah, it's a fucking parrot, isn't it? It's a solid parrot image. I mean, 12 a.m., that's not late. It's just early. Sorry, like the quote goes like 4 a.m. in the morning. It's not late. It's just early. Which is a, shit, what's that band? Spin Doctors? Anyone remember the Spin Doctors? Holy shit. That's classic. If you want to stay up super late watching streams, yeah. Like, dude, here we are. God damn. Oh my god. That right there, like anyone that recognized that quote, your knees hurt when you wake up in the morning, right? And wait, really, Jeffrey? Just because I was chatting over there or something? Because, yeah, he doesn't shout me out or do anything, right? And I would play Madden. I didn't pay for it this year, but I do want to pay for it. Like, I do want to play Madden. I was against paying for it because, like, I don't know. It just feels like they're shitty. And, like, I just don't want to support EA, you know? Piracy? No, EA is like an online service game. Like, you can't pirate that shit. Play last year's? I could play last year's. It's fine. If I was going to play some football, I'd just play the college football game from last year. Right? And I'd go through and do that shit. Which is fine. But, I got other games to play right now. In the moment. I do still watch Gut Fox on a pretty regular basis just because he's entertaining as fuck. Like, he's a fun dude to watch, you know? Especially when he's, like, yelling. You've been working on an app for a month to help people spend less money on the game? That actually sounds really cool, dude. No, you're not out of line. We don't have many people here in chat that do, like, Madden stuff. But, hold on. And yeah, I kind of do remember chatting with you over DM, actually. So yeah, good call, man. Yeah, dude, you've been following since we chatted. Huh. So yeah, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Oh! Okay, hold on. Okotanek. Alright, we'll allow it. Sure. I'm not sure why that got held back. That was a weird one. Why did Automod think that was no good? But yeah, Jeffrey. No, dude. Bring it up. Give us a link. I'm okay with it. So yeah, Okotanek. Hell yeah, man. Keep it up. Just be cool. Just build shit. Have fun with it. That's fun, man. Around your age, I definitely remember doing my first GeoCities site. Absolutely, man. No big deal. All right, so you've got an on render. Dude, render is so good. Are you using render because I used it at one point? I'm actually curious about that, dude. Like, how'd you find render? Ooh, is there a way to not sign in? You just found it through search. Well, fuck yeah, dude. Killing it. Have I... Oh, hold on. Jared asked, have I played with Avalonia? What is Avalonia? No, and I get that, Okodanek, but no, this is something someone provided, and... I'd be willing to just do this anyway. It's behind a paywall. Okay, I get that. That makes sense. What I would just simply say there, Jayfree, is try and figure out what you could offer in like a... just like a small snippet. Like, don't allow people to like sort and filter or do any of that, but just like give a very small like chunk of it to incentivize people on like a proper marketing page. No, I get it, Jonestown. But no, like if you really want to get people involved, have some marketing site that gives me an incentive, you know? No, and that's fine. I get it. I don't necessarily want to dig that deep right now. We can look at it over on Gaming Stream at some point. But I'm not looking for the handout. I think it's a really big value. No, I think it's a huge value. I think you're killing it, man. You know, it's not necessarily something I want to dig too deep on here on this stream. And my gaming stream is bullshit, so it's probably not even worth it. I do think it's really cool what you're building, and beyond just like the on-render thing, you need a domain, man. You need to make a project. You need to like make this real, not just like a thing, you know? No, Jonestown, come on. Take it easy. I'll start timing you out if like you're getting too malicious here, man. Like, take it easy, Jonestown. Just be a dude. Yeah, you need a proper marketing site that convinces me that it's worth it. For sure, dude. I really like the idea, dude. I really like the idea. And I think at some point, if you start making money, sponsor Gutfox, dude. That'd be totally fucking worth it. Right? Figure out what it's worth to you for Gutfox promoting it, etc. Like, absolutely, man. But build a proper marketing site first. Because I don't think it's worth reaching out to him with a URL like this. Right? You need a domain. So, Jared, render.com in general is just a front end, you know? What do I mean by marketing site? So, I mean, look at it, Messijo.com. Messijo.com is the front-end marketing site for the product I'm building right now, right? And you can check out the pricing, and you know, I'm like slacking on any other like info for people to like decide that they want to sign up. So I got more work to do, but this is just a thing that anyone can go to, and your SEO is solid, and you have a good domain name for it and all that shit, right? You need something for that. Yeah, you need a landing page with copy. Exactly, Jayfree. Right? Like screenshots and all that shit, right? Convince me to buy before I have to buy. Yes, it's $10 a year for a domain name, Jayfree. It's $10 a year. It's so fucking cheap. If $10 a year is going to prevent you from actually doing it right, you're fucking up, you know? If you can't invest $10 into a business, is that business worthwhile? I don't think so. No, and I get it. I'm not roasting you. I'm saying, like, dude, I think you have a cool product on your hand. Figure out a fucking name for it. And then buy the domain name, and then just do it. Dude, you got something that you can definitely market. I will say, it's a small market, but there's value. Where am I getting domain names for $10? Cloudflare. Yeah, no, Jeffrey, I think you're killing it, man. For a .com, it's $10 a year. If you want to do like a .ai or a .dev or some bullshit, like, yeah, no, that costs you more money. But, dude, Cloudflare basically makes no money off that shit. You were looking at .gg? Nah, don't do a .gg. Get a .com. Because no matter what, users are going to, like, they're going to hear your brand name, and they're going to type .com anyway. So even if you did a .gg as your canonical, people are still going to type the .com anyway. So you have to lock down the .com no matter what. And at that point, I still think .com is the absolute, like, #1 best TLD that you can do. Right? And that's, like, top-level domain. .com is gold. You have to build a product off your .com because people will not type in a .gg. All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. We'll give you link privileges. 1 second. All right, so you have link privileges. I can still see it. You're working on a big project for custom tablets, and this domain would be nice. Using DuckDNS? Dude, no, DuckDNS is garbage, right? Like, why would you use DuckDNS? Like, no, host your project properly. Do not self-host. Do not self-host. Proper actual hosts have, like, battery backup and all sorts of shit where, like, one hiccup of, like, your internet provider at your home is you're fucking up. And, like, it's so easy to just attack that shit. Yeah, exactly, Jonestown. Oh, okay. So you're using Vercel for hosting. All right, perfect. And then DuckDNS for the domain. No, just get a proper domain, dude. It's $10 a year. Per year. If you can't spend $10 per year on a thing that you think has value, it doesn't have any value. Right? You're already determining that it has no value because you don't even want to spend $10. That's a problem. You're self-hosting, I get it, but you're kind of fucking up by self-hosting. I'm just being honest. Dude, $10 a year? You can definitely ask your parents for that if you present them with the reason why. Like, do you not have, like, an allowance that you get? I think at some point you're going to need to get a job anyway. But I get it. All right, no, that's fine. I still think if you make the right case, you have a thing you want to build, your parents should be really supportive of that. Like, but this actually gives you a good practice of, you have a thing you want to build, you need to pitch someone on why it's worth them spending money on it. If you can convince your parents for the $10, you're already well on your path of convincing investors to spend money on it, you know? And Jonestown, that's huge, right? Like, honestly, could you put together a Kickstarter? A super small ass Kickstarter in which it's $10, help me buy a domain, and then just like have some friends invest into it. Fuck it, dude. And then SotDev, the self-hosting thing, nobody does self-hosting right because nobody's paying for a proper business license that has an SLA that's actually doing the self-hosting thing. You do that shit from data centers, and there's a reason you do so. There are way too many hops over the network to get to your local fucking home network that it's just not worth it. You should not be doing that. I get it. Glasses does that for a bunch of stuff, but at some point, he's fucking up and he has to bring it back to the cloud, you know? I've been in a bunch of arguments on Reddit about why self-hosting is bad. So, you know, you don't have to believe me, but this is my platform in which I can just say, like, dude, self-hosting sucks. You can rent a dedicated server cheap. You can rent a VPS cheap. Now, if you're a kid who's 14, well, that's tougher. I get it, right? I get it, Vibby. But no, self-hosting's a bad idea, man. You do not get any kind of SLA. You do not get any kind of value. Like, dude, if you lose power at your home, your service is out. Whereas proper hosts have battery backups at the bare minimum. And Hetzner is so goddamn cheap. You're fucking up by not using a proper host. That ignores the cost of your internet connection. Like, nah, dude. I disagree. I'm sorry there, SotDev. I really, really disagree. Yeah. Right? Have we all seen this meme? Hold on. Dev meme laptop do not close or something like that. Here you go. Boom, right here. Startups be like, this is a server. Do not close lid. Yes, really. I get it. You can do this, but it's a really bad way to operate. If you're doing this, it's a doomed startup already. I'm a server. Even if my screen is off, I'm still on. Don't unplug me. Don't close my lid. Right? Like, dude, there are companies that do this, but it's a bad fucking idea. If you still want to do it after we've lectured you about it, well, I mean, go for it. I can't stop you. I can't stop you, but it's an awful idea, right? Yes, it will die. It'll fucking die, and then your entire service is offline. I mean, Vibby, I simply disagree. I overfilled my beverage. I had to, like, bend down and sip off of it. That is tech support MacGyverism. Ooh, that's a good name. I like that. Ooh, that's a solid term. Yeah, MacGyverism. Hell yeah, Johnny. Yeah, one DDoS attack on consumer broadband and you're wiped, and like your broadband company will say like, "Hey, fuck you, you're hosting a server, get off our network," and you'll get cut off. And then you got to spend a week finding another like provider. Because if you don't actually recognize, most consumer broadband things say you're not allowed to host commercial shit with it. Unless you're paying for a proper SLA, nah, you're fucking up by doing self-hosting. There you go. Yeah. Solid. Oh my God. Someone steps on that fucking, like, oh, what's this plugged into? Like, dude, terrible. See, I haven't made it past the second season. I do need to rewatch it. There's a bunch of memes from the show that I'm not even aware of because I didn't watch far enough. And then, hold on. Kodanek, you've been using a crappy 12-year-old laptop as your own home NAS/Plex server, and that works as long as you're not hosting customer shit with it. Who cares? Like, that's fine, man. If it's just for you consuming content, like, fuck it. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Yeah, dude. And I assume you're sailing the 7 seas, army matey. We don't want to talk about that part. But in those cases, yes, dude, a home NAS is amazing. But I just want to say, like, dude, you're killing it for a 14-year-old, man. I will say, enjoy your youth, though. You have all the time in the world to do this other shit, too. You're only a teenager once. I would say do teenager things, man. You have all the time in the world to do non-teenager things when you're no longer a teenager. You've been tinkering, I get that, but you know what you can't do when you're over the age of 18? Fuck up. You can go do random weird bullshit as someone under 18, and it's a slap on the wrist. You can't get back making poor decisions as a teenager. You can't get that back. All right, so you're already doing that shit. All right, I just want to make sure you're still doing teenager things. There are some people that don't do teenager things while they're a teenager, and they're fucking up. So if you're doing like teenager shit with your friends, hell yeah, man. More power to you. And you're still doing all this, yeah, you're going to be you're going to be the boss of all of us at some point. And I'm proud of you. I'm okay with it. But just saying, enjoy your youth. Is he probably lying about the friends thing? Maybe. We don't know. That's up to them. At least the point we're making was said. That's all we can do. No, and I get it, Jeffrey. It was a fun comment. I get it. Friends, like that TV show? Friends don't let friends watch Friends, okay? What's up? Poor man's... I don't know what that other part is. Like, Bosrus? I don't know what that means. I'm a poor man's the Primogen. At this point, I'm a poor man's the Primogen. think I qualify. Am I as entertaining? No, I'm a poor man's version. I'd say I've actually launched more software than the Primogen on stream. Just saying. But that's not how we judge the Primogen anyway. And how many of us actually judge the Primogen. So, touche. I get it. I'm still leaning into the Temu Primogen thing. I just don't have a good mustache. He's a very funny dude. He's very cool. When I say I'm a poor man's the Primogen, let me just point out that a bunch of my mods are also the Primogen's mods. Or technically, like, vice versa. A bunch of the Primogen's mods are also mods here. And I wouldn't change it for the world. I'm actually curious. I don't know if I'd be wondering who his longest subs are. I know I'm up there in like the top 10 bare minimum. I've been subbed to the Primogen for like 70 something months. And he's been subbed to this channel for like 70 something months. He's a really good dude. And he supports the community in an amazing way. Let me get more music on. Yeah, like, ask questions about coding. Like, that's kind of technically what we should be doing, but yeah, a little bit of the ranting. No big deal. It's fine. You bet some of these tabs are older than you? Actually, we've gone through the tabs. Anything to the left of here is the archive, and everything here to the right is pretty new. So Prime has not been streaming for the past few months because he's having like a throat issue, and I bet he's getting like nodules or polyps or whatever you call them. So it's a little tough, right? He's dealing with the fact that he rants and yells and his vocal cords are not up to the task. And that's a bummer. I'm actually curious how I'm not developing that problem, but he's definitely dealing with like a voice issue at the moment, which is why he hasn't streamed in a few months. Yeah, that'd be tough for sure. No. So the stream he did last week was just like the startup, you know? And he'll still do the startup, but he's not doing his regular stream. Because, yes, he's having voice issues. And, yeah, that sucks. Like, his voice is so much deeper than it has been, right? And that's actually a sign of, like, yeah, polyps and other things, right? When your voice, like, changes pitch all of a sudden, that's not a good sign. And he's dealing with that right now. I think he yells a lot on his stream. And also, the way I'm talking is not ideal, too. You know? Like, I might be fucking up my vocal cords. I don't know, man. Ooh, did he go through a second puberty? Damn, X Factor, that's a fucking roast. Damn, dude. Oh, Pirate Software just, like, felt a kidney stone, but not a kidney stone, just due to the level of that roast. He used to stream every day. Yeah, for sure. And I don't think it's throat cancer. I feel like he would have been evaluated for that pretty quickly. But I don't know. But yeah, no worries, X Factor. No, that was a good joke. That was solid. Dude, the second puberty thing is such a solid joke. That was good. Yes, I do have a Discord server, though. Yeah, for sure, man. There you go. All right, so, yeah, let's slowly keep working on other BS. But it is a Saturday in which, you know, I kind of want to play some games with maybe Space Case or other people. I got food to cook. We could keep hacking a little bit at this stuff. But yeah, pretty soon we'll have to hop into gaming stream, you know? Is that Comic Sans? No, it's way better. Come on, man. It's Drama Sans. Get it right. What am I cooking tonight? I'm going to be doing some dumplings. Like an easy meal. I got frozen dumplings that I'll just put in the steamer. I do have to clean the steamer like a little better, but yeah, we're good. What project am I working on? The project command can help you. Yeah, no worries, Jared. I don't know, like, this project's only relevant to very specific people, right? This is for, like, marketing people. Do I have a command for everything? Not quite, but I do have a shitload of commands. The project I'm building is specifically for, like, marketing, right? To, like, recognize where your brand is being mentioned and how and why, and then for you to be able to reply to those mentions. So currently we're doing Blue Sky, and the thing we're currently working on now is adding Lobster's support, because I'm focusing purely on like tech companies, but eventually we can add other platforms too. I think Lobster's is just the easy one. Why type much words when few will do? Yeah, or few do. Yeah. Oh, got it there, Jared. Yeah. Yeah, show off, you know. Show off the font. No big deal. There's others like Comic Code, which is fine too. Mine is not monospaced. But Comic Code is solid. Also worth checking out. It's a bit kludgy or kludgy, right? Depending on how you pronounce it. Hell yeah, dude. Hold on, Fluigi. When I'm thinking in a new project, which is the most important idea to develop first? Because at the moment, you have too many ideas, but you feel a bit demotivated to develop them. You put all your ideas in a list, right? I have this Trello board. What the fuck? Dude, Trello, you're fucking up, dude. No, I don't want to do any of that. Dude, no. Fuck you, dude. Oh, God damn it, Trello. How do I get rid of this shit? Dude, Trello, you're fucking up. I just want a fucking board. I don't want some consolidated to-dos bullshit, man. I just wanted a board. Fucking Trello. Click on index. Dude, Atlassian fucks up, dude. There we go. All right. Turn off. Oh, inbox, not index, inbox. Sorry, I misread. Dude, inbox. Yeah, fuck that shit, dude. No, Atlassian is fine, right? But they just keep adding other bullshit, man. Like, and I don't need the bullshit, right? Like, they bought Trello. I just need a Kanban board. At some point, I'm going to export this shit and find another Kanban board because they just keep fucking with my Kanban board. I just need a Kanban board. That's it. That's fucking it, dude. Like, Atlassian, fuck off with this other shit, dude. They got so in the way of what I want to do. But every idea you have should go into some kind of fucking board, some place that you do it, right? And you just keep your ideas. And my biggest thing is that you have ideas all the fucking time. If you don't record them somewhere, you lose that idea. That's my biggest point to make to people. Every idea needs to get written down somewhere. Probably not Trello anymore because Atlassian's fucking it up. But pick some other Kanban board and sort and filter your shit otherwise. So you hate Jira. All right, let's look at it. I don't personally hate Jira. I think Jira solves a major problem. Click the dinosaur for an honest opinion. We are worse off using Jira. I managed to get our company to use a private discourse install instead of Confluence. Also, LOL to source tree, the get command line commands aren't exactly rocket science. I disagree with this because the moment you go beyond standard Git, they are fucking rocket science. There's 70 fucking commands, 70-ish commands in Git. Do you know all of them? I don't. And you shouldn't. There's no reason. Yeah, dude, this part's bullshit. Git is way more complicated than this lets on. Yeah, most people don't understand rebase. They don't understand anything about Git. Right? I get it that I normally just use pull, push, maybe reset. I don't often do reset hard, but commit, etc. Like, I work from the command line. But there are too many times where the command line does not do that shit. How would you use log to find who last modified a specific function? Are you going to use Git for that? No, you're not. Exactly, dude. So at some point, Git is too complex. Have you ever reached for Git reflog? You don't, but Git Kraken definitely uses it under the hood for various things. Do you want to look up the docs for that every single time you need to do whatever reflog needs to do? Like, I don't know, man. Like, Git is way more complicated than a lot of devs give it credit for. I get it there, a coda neck, but come on, man. Take it easy. Chill on the self-promotion. So, Revikin, you have that memorized, but you just Googled it. Do you want to put that effort in, or do you want to find it, or do you just want to let some tool do it for you? I get it. I know you could do it, but who wants to actually type that shit? It should be built into our editors, like GitLens. So, I understand. You can do all these things. You could prompt an LLM for most of this shit. Do you want to wait for the LLM to resolve, or do you just want something else to do it for you? But I think this is a common thing. I fucking hate Jira.com. That's kind of solid. That's a really solid domain. All right, I get it, you know. I get it. I get it. Really, Pronam? Damn. Does that work in GitKraken still, or did we fuck that one up too? Yeah, Okodenek, that sounds really dangerous, actually. Until you work on an actual team, you're probably fucking up. Updated as a commit message, you're fucking up. Write a proper commit message for like when you work on a team, or you're fucking up. Yaman. Ooh, damn. Hey, Senka, you dead, man? Yaman. Kiss my lucky egg. You gotta commit to good commit messages. Boom, roasted. Nailed it. I love this. Hell yeah. Now, keep in mind, I work for GitKraken, so I am biased into, come on, write a good commit message, right? Like, do any of this shit. I have a bias. If you don't want to do what I'm preaching, like, fuck it. But eventually, like, keep in mind that I do not promote GitKraken features that I don't use or like. If I'm saying it's a good reason to use GitKraken, it's because I've fucked up enough in the past related to it. Yeah, git commit-m blah, git commit-m whatever, right? GCM WIP. You know what you could do better? Use AI to generate that shit, man. And GitKraken has AI commit generation. You will help yourself the moment you need to, like, look at other bullshit. Yeah, AI commit messages are fan-fucking-tastic. You got an extension that does it. Well, that's fine. It's not the only thing GitKraken offers, but just use anything to generate a proper commit message. I don't care what you use. I don't care what you use. Just use something. Or write a good commit message. That's up to you. Like, come on, man. All right, that said, it is about 7 p.m. I do need to pour more water. And I do also need to start cooking some dinner. And I would like to play some games with Space Case here soon. What is GitKraken? Ooh, what is GitKraken? Real quick. GitKraken is a desktop client for Git from the company I work at. Keep in mind. We also own GitLens. Our CTO is the creator of GitLens. And then we've got a CLI tool and some other shit too. So depending on how you want to work with Git and how you want to create commit messages and whatever, we have a CLI tool to generate commit messages. We have a CLI tool to generate PRs, like pull requests. Like, fuck yeah. Or you can do it all through GitLens or GitKraken Desktop or whatever, right? We want to meet you where you work, and this is the marketing talking. But at the end of the day, like, any time you're spending figuring out Git is time you're spending not working on something else. Like, actually delivering value for the company you work at. Anytime you're fucking digging into, what are the commands I could use with Git? Whatever, right? What does it do? I mean, I kind of described it. What I would say is, you should download it and try it out and see what it does. But that's up to you. Either do it or don't. It's free. Like, there's a free trial. Like, come on, man. I'd recommend trying out the free trial. If you're on a solo thing where you're not working with a team, yeah, maybe you don't benefit and you just use the free tier. Fuck it. Nah, I'm not trying to do, like, the marketing bullshit, Jay-Free. Nah, man. That's not what this stream's for, right? They're not paying me enough to make this a fucking, like, hey, I'm gonna shill GitKraken today. No. I'll talk about it. If it works for you, use it. If not, I don't fucking care. I work there. I'm a developer advocate, and I talk about our product, but I'm not trying to sell you on this shit, man. Use it or don't. Doesn't change my perspective. I don't care. I think the things we have add value. I know I should have a promo code. That would be kind of cool. That's not a bad idea, Jonestown. I could do that. Sure. But at the end of the day, just try it and use it. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't affect me. I don't care. If you watch me work day to day, I don't use it. Because I am familiar enough with the 4 commands I use from Git. But if I worked on a team, oh my God, Gitkraken is the thing I would reach for. But right now, with all my side projects, yeah, dude, I don't need Gitkraken for my side project stuff. Because I'm the only person working on these projects. Gitkraken is most useful for people that work on teams. No. I would say all this shit to my boss. I would say all this shit to any part of the company. And that's what they pay me for. They're not paying me to be some fucking marketing shill. They're paying me to be a developer advocate. I speak on behalf of the developers to the company. That's it, dude. That's it. They pay me to be real. That's my job. They wanted just some fucking marketing shill. They could hire any number of people that aren't actual devs to do that shit. My job is to be the actual real voice of real developers to the company and vice versa. That's my job. The moment that I'm like bullshitting y'all, I lose any authenticity. I lose any value of talking about this shit. They pay me to be real. And that's important. It's not just about writing docs. It's not just about making videos. It's about talking to devs and being real about it. And that's what I do every fucking day, 5 days a week. And I hope you all enjoy it. But we got to go figure out, who are we going to raid? Who's streaming right now? Because I want to eat some food, right? Dumplings need to be cooked. And I also want to play some games. I'll allow it, but also, like, no, dude. Theo actually has a very baseline of, like, he's not going to promote something he doesn't like. Theo is actually a real dude, too. He's not going to promote something he doesn't like. I've reached out to him. Hey, what would it take for you to do, like, a sponsored thing for Gitkraken? Crickets. But I do recognize that I enjoy chatting with Theo at a personal level every chance I get at conferences, TwitchCon, etc. If he doesn't want to shill our product, like, I'm not looking for a shill. I'm looking for someone that actually recognizes value. What game am I going to play? I'm thinking, and yeah. Like, dude, I don't know why they keep holding the word shill. But yeah, no, I get it. And he's a bit of an OpenAI shill. Yes, he has to do that a little bit to get, like, involved in the conversations. But he's still not, like, a blind shill. But yes, I get where you're coming from, Jonestown. Like, he has to play the game a little bit. Otherwise, he's not involved in those conversations. And that's kind of huge. Because he needs to be in those conversations. So that's the tougher part. Personally, dude, OpenAI doesn't pay me shit. And I think OpenAI is, like, the worst fucking platform for any of this shit that we do as devs. Like, Claude, bare minimum. You should be using that. And then there's, like, the edge cases that you should be using something else too. Dude, OpenAI is, like, the fucking worst. They just have so much money going behind them, right? Should we raid Danny Stem? I mean, let's go figure out who we raid. And then I want to play some games with, you know, Space Case and anyone else that wants to, like, try out the Dune Awakening game. Primogen's allergic to his mouse. I get it. I think that's actually a problem he deals with because he also deals with, like, carpal tunnel. Right? If he would just take his hand off the keyboard to change up what his hand does, he'd be fine, man. I live stream on the gaming channel. So I have a separate channel for gaming. We're going to watch some random TV show or something, you know, while I cook my food and we hang out. But, you know, it's whatever, right? No stress. But let's go find someone to raid. Like, there are so many good streams, and Danny Stem's awesome. Super fucking cool. What's for dinner? I'm going to be doing some dumplings. I have a steamer, and then I have these, like, Miro. I think it's Miro. It's, like, something dumplings, like, that were on sale, so I need to cook them, because I feel like they're going to go bad here soon. But yeah, let's go raid someone. Ooh, I was actually going to raid Evil's Presley. Like, I don't mind raiding a game stream on a Saturday night. I wish they had the camera going. We raided Wolfie Master last night. He's super awesome. So, yeah, like, we can't raid him today. Psycor is playing Hunted Within. I don't even know what that is. Tower Strike? Maybe. I'm going to say not Tower Strike, but BlazeBits is doing some Hack the Planet, like Langgraph AI hackbot stuff. We do see Danny Stem. Better than yesterday. Like, that's what she does. Do we go look at the category? Like, who's streaming in software and game dev right now? Do we go raid someone new? Because that could be cool. Jispo, killing it. Like, he's always great. Finding Fern dev, like that man Robin. I don't see an image. I do want to raid some web dev, but man, like, dude, the web dev community here on Twitch has, like, massively diminished. It's kind of a bummer. Mr. Bok Bagak. They're working on their portfolio? No, that seems cool. Yeah, let's go raid someone new. That sounds good. Is GPT-5 actually really that good? I don't think it is. I've heard way too many complaints about it, so I don't know. I have no idea. But let's go raid this person. Mr. Bok Bagak. I gotta make sure I type this right, because their name is super hard to spell. All right, that's definitely them. All right, so yeah, for sure. Let's go say hi to them, and they're working on their portfolio. That sounds awesome. Like, I think a bunch of people out here in chat are still working on their portfolios too. So it's good content. So yeah, I know the music stopped. We're gonna raid someone. It's 7 p.m. I'll be over on Gaming Channel. Like, if you want to hang out, it's just griffing and chill. I will be over on that channel. We'll watch like an IT Crowd episode or two, probably just one, while I cook my dumplings, which I need to get going. All right, and yeah, there's the link. Oh, Codeneck, for sure. Griffing and Chill. It's just right there above your comment in chat. But let's go say hi to Mr. Bokbagok. Bok, bok, bok. But no, his portfolio looks really fun. Like, I like this. Dude, this seems cool. So let's go say hi. People on YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. We had a really good, like, YouTube stream today. Like, a lot of, like, viewers just stuck it out. Despite my whiskey stream. So let's go say hi to Mr. Bokbagok over on Twitch. YouTube later. Thank you. I'll see y'all on